Testing. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Oceanink offensive stream of the AEL Australia New Zealand Splatoon Cup. I'm Alley Cat, and I'm joined today by Toad, or Toad Saliti as you may know him, who's up and awake at 3 a.m. all the way over in France.
Bonjour, ohayo gozaimasu, and good morning, fellow Aussies.
Well, it's going to be a big day today, isn't it?
That it is. It is.
I'm nervous for the teams, and I'm not even playing.
Well, let's just hope I don't wake up the neighbours from the excitement that's going to be coming up today.
That's all right, yeah. So we've got 10 minutes before the tournament officially starts, and there's probably going to be a bit of downtime while teams get their lobbies together. So we might be a bit in and out before that first match happens, but just want to say hi to everyone. Just get everyone maybe familiar with our first match so that we don't miss it. So we are going to be streaming up first. We'll have team... Hang on, I'll get you the player list. Should be Team Double D versus Incredibles. Double D is a South Australian squad mostly, and they've recruited Cackle, who is a player from Western Australia. The Incredibles I don't know much about, so I'm keen to see what they can bring to the table.
Likewise, there are a lot of teams here that are relatively new faces, which are nice, which is very nice to see. But of course, there are obviously some community favourites that are floating around in pretty much all of the brackets who have had a bit more experience. Double D is one of them. Scarface is another for the first bracket anyway. But as plenty of other tournaments have shown, just because they're well known and the favourite doesn't necessarily mean they're guaranteed the win. So it's very nice to have all these new faces here in the community today. Yeah,
and we're definitely hoping that we'll see some of those people stick around for, I guess it's going to be the wrap-up of Splatoon on the Wii U, and heading into Splatoon 2 on the Switch. But we've got a bit of time. I think I'll be playing Splatoon on Wii U for quite a long time still. What about you, Todd?
Yeah, I mean, I'm probably in that camp where, I'm only really waiting for the Squids 2 to come out, or Splatoon 2 to come out before I really realistically buy the Switch. That's what I'm buying it for. So.
Yeah, I think a lot of people were feeling a little bit guilty about having bought the Switch just for the Splatoon 2 demo. But
well, I mean, about 30,000 people in Japan did just that last week. So.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, it should be good. But I'm pretty sure that the dedicated around in the community will still keep playing Squids 1 pretty much up to the day the Splatoon 2 comes out. So, and I'm sure plenty of the fundamentals will transfer over as well. So it's certainly not all for a lost cause, if you want to think of it that way. Yeah.
All right. Let me just keep an eye on how things are going in the tournament management channel.
Oh boy, pretty much everyone is in their chat room.
That's amazing,
actually.
Yeah, so the Australian community, I guess, previously we had to have all our tournaments at 2 a.m. It's kind of reverse for you right now, being in France, but...
Well, yeah, I didn't really have a lot of control over being in Australia at the time for this tournament.
Yeah.
And I don't particularly need reminding.
Sorry. But we are very grateful to have you on commentary.
No, not at all.
And
not at all.
You'll bring some good perspective too, because I think some of the players, as I was going to say, come from some older squads or, were a bit active a bit earlier on. So Group A that we're looking at right now, I might go through some of the other teams in Group A. So we have Double D and Incredibles up on your screen right now. We've also got Scarface, which is made out of a couple of New Zealanders, 3 New Zealanders, I think. I think
representation there.
Yeah, Scarth is from New Zealand. I think Siki may also be from New Zealand. I'm not sure, but Jaffa definitely is. Spaceman is based in Australia, and a lot of those guys played quite early competitive Splatoon. Siki played on SND, was it?
I believe so, yes. Scarth is also a name that rings a bell. He used to play probably on some certain message board team. Like back in the early days, back in 2015. Jaffa, I also believe, was on C- as well.
Yes, that's right.
So he's had some experience there. I can't remember the certain message board team's name. It might have been Squidbox or something like that.
Yeah, I
One of
can't
those
remember
early
either.
teams.
Probably actually from before I started becoming involved in the community. So it's quite cool to have people with a big Splatoon, I know, lots of experience under their belt. Yep. They've got a good resume. That's what I wanted.
Yes.
So that will definitely be cool. So there's also, I think, a Cuddlestrophy also on your screen right now. Jelly is from South Australia. Gookie is a charger from New South Wales, and he came to our last Sydney LAN. And I think they've picked up a couple of people, so we'll see how they work together. Especially because I think Jelly's more of a support player, so when you have...
Are those two last names a reference to Kit Kats?
I don't know.
Is that deliberate?
So we'll see how they go. I think there's a lot of teams playing for fun as well, and that's really great to have teams like just signing up and having a go. And I think maybe they'll prove something to themselves, because I think a lot of people think they're no good. Australia hasn't had much of a chance to prove themselves in tournament. It's easy to think that we're a bad region. I think we've got a lot of potential.
Well, that's been one of the biggest problems, I feel, is that a lot of the tournaments that have been played within the Splatoon community have mainly been geared to either the American or the European time zone, which, like, as you mentioned earlier, it's 2 a.m. here right now in Central Europe, which kind of sucks. So, if you take the inverse sort of convenient time here, then, it's like 3 a.m. for Australia usually, which tends to mean that we have very little presence in a lot of these major tournaments. Inkstorm 5 probably being the most recent one, which is also notorious for being a 3 a.m. start for Australia. And your only other real alternative are the Japanese tournaments, which are a bit of a problem due to language barrier. So yeah, it's nice to finally have our own sort of dedicated focused tournament. Or not to say that the LANs haven't been good, because you guys have done some excellent work with the LANs so far. But it should be good to have something that's definitely reached out and grabbed a lot more people from the Australian community. Plenty of people that we didn't even know that existed, to be quite honest.
And we hope they all stick around.
Definitely.
So our last couple of teams, I've seen Button Bash around, I think, just posting an AEL lately, very enthusiastic player. And Bamboo Bandits have a guest on their team as well, so I'm not sure if that's their actual roster. I've pulled these sheets from what was the public list of teams. So we'll see. We won't be casting these games because I'm not sure that I have any players on them. But this rough schedule for today will be streaming Double D versus Incredibles, followed by Riptide versus Squid Life Crisis, then Blue Ring Octolings against, I think it's Squids with Guns, and finally Haley's Comets versus Ink Pals. If any of the other matches in the rest of the bracket happen to overlap a bit, we'll probably swap around and try and pick up those matches as well. But that's the rough plan. I think I'm going to take a little bit of a break and keep an eye on how people are going with their matchmaking, since we've got 1 minute left to go.
Sounds good.
And we'll make sure that we can get that first stream up soon.
Excellent.
All right.
Soon.
soon. We'll catch you squids in the first round. Oh, howdy, folks. Hi, folks. Sorry for the bump. We did miss game 1 with Double D versus Incredibles. Hang on. Right.
Is this going on?
Oh, yep. Howdy. So, Toad, you may need to just run the player. I think there was hosting Twitch being funky. We did miss round 1, which I think Double D took. I'll need to confirm that. I will provisionally put that score in. Sounded like it was an exciting one. I did hear some of the team chat throughout it. We are now in game 2, which is Flounder Heights Splat Zones. Looks like Double D have taken that early double cap of the zones. We can see that Lee has got a dynamo, which I think I heard Double D talking about all last game. So Lee with a strong dynamo. They've just taken, so Incredibles just took their first cap, setting the penalty counter. I'm going to set up the proper team colours as well.
That would be a good idea.
That's more like it, except I've got them back to front, so... There we go. So we've got Team Double D is in red, and we are watching Dr. Chaos playing the Octobrush. And Team Incredibles are in green. So these points have stayed neutral for quite a while. While the Incredibles have managed to keep Double D off, they haven't been able to maintain that, and they have just seeded that zone again, so double cap.
Does look like that both of the roofs are in a constant state of flux right now. Octobrush for sure is certainly a very strong pick on Flounder Heights. Don't have any idea what the rest of the weapon composition is since we joined in halfway through the game. But
I have seen a dynamo.
Yes, to Incredibles' credit, they do have a dynamo, which is also a very strong weapon on Flounder.
Yep, and
they also seem to have a tri-slosher nor a tri-slosher, because I happen to see a bubble there. Which can be a reasonable pick on this stage because of a lot of the verticality with the walls. It does seem to be paying off though, as Incredibles do manage to finally get both caps. And adding that penalty timer to Double D, but of course they're still fairly comfortably ahead at this stage of the game.
Sorry, testing. I think people are saying my mic's a little bit crackly.
It is a little bit crackly.
Oh, darn. Not much I can do about it right now. Maybe between games, between matches. I'll let Toad do a bit more of the commentary.
Do you have a host source for this? Since I'm mainly relying on the current rehost screen to actually understand what's going on.
So, if you want to watch Hess's pure stream, and that's for anyone watching out there, if you have live streamer installed, go ahead to yep. So other than that, sorry, it looks like Twitch has done a bit of a funky thing where streams hosting other streams overrides the original source. So we're a little bit behind. Looks like Incredibles have gotten another double cap, and we're seeing Double D sort of, we're seeing Hess set up, or Dr. Chaos as he is in game, set up some beacons on their side. It's not going to be very effective with all of that green around. His team, meanwhile, does manage to get the double cap again, so we're seeing a lot of pressure being applied.
Yeah, fair enough. I'll just have to try and deal with a little bit of slightly delayed comms, so apologies to everyone on that behalf. But it does look like Arcos is trying to do some nice work here by basically being a pest.
Yeah, pretty much. As you say that, he's right at their spawn, just taking out their charger. Incredibles did get a double cap in all that time, so he did spend a lot of time hanging out their zone. That Kraken lasted longer than I expected. They are fighting to basically keep this neutral, but I think they're in a good position. Archaeos is well positioned to pick off people as they come out from the spawn, but And there we go. So that is game 2 to Double D, and I'll verify who took game 1.
Fair enough. But yeah, Arcos was definitely making the right play there, being just a complete pest to the enemy team, staying basically behind their half of the zone on their side of the base and just consistently harassing them. And Incredibles had no answers to try and deal with him. And clearly, as you can see, or did see, since I'm behind, the 7-3, very strong KD there by Arcos.
So I think the typical team lineup here, Dementio usually with a charger, A-Game ANZ. I'm just going to get this screen better size. All of the fun things of trying to stream live off other people's streams. Another reason why we're so very excited for Splatoon 2.
Let me see if I can get Arcos to see if he can fix his thing.
So I'm just going to look at this team lineup. So we've got Dementia with E-Leader and Cackle with a Carbon Roller. So I think she swapped over from Dynamo.
Thank you. Arcos has just fixed his stream.
Excellent. So we should be...
I gave him just a quick tip to type the unhost command.
Yeah. Great.
But I'll use this. I see a Carbon Deco, an E-Leader, custom E-Leader scope, ANZ 85, and the double brush.
Everyone streams at different resolutions too.
Carbon Deco is an interesting pick. I don't see it quite often on Walleye, but it makes sense for the sequence.
Did you?
is also very.
Did you catch the Incredibles lineup?
No.
All right. So we are on Rainmaker Walleye. For those who've played a lot of Splatoon, Walleye is one of those mainstay maps. But Rainmaker has a couple of interesting opportunities here. Double D take out an initial triple kill and take off the last one. But we are seeing that respawn wave come in, pushing in with a Kraken from Hess here.
For Arcos, though, being basically denied there on the neutral ground there with his Kraken by a bucket.
He finally got it through. So we are seeing this is much less of a evenly matched game than the previous one. Double D have pushed it to the 12, which is typically the point where we consider that to be a pretty solid lead, even if you can't get it to the pedestal.
That's definitely true. So that wall just there that you get up to, if you happen to paint and swim that wall, that will actually get you a few extra points to give you those 12 points. Oh, they even got it to 11, which means they got it a little bit further than that as well.
Yep, and that just latest push, they managed to get to 11. Incredibles now fighting back, and I have seen a lot of teams get complacent with that 12-11 score. It feels solid. And the other team,
yes,
there are opportunities to just swim in, turn it around.
Well, I mean, the thing you have to think about it is that if Double D were able to get a reasonable push off that from just basically claiming complete control of mid, then Incredibles could easily do the same back to them.
Yep.
So you're really looking like, I mean, we have a little bit of a saying that no lead, the only safe lead is a knockout.
Yes, very true.
If the game isn't over, it's not over, and anything can happen. The one thing to be mindful here, of course, is that with Incredibles in the losing position, they will now basically continuously gain special charge whilst in the losing position, which does give them a little bit of an upper hand to use those specials to basically claim the map back and go for some really strong pushes. We'll see if they can try and capitalize on that in the next 2 minutes.
And 2 minutes, like, we're only halfway through the game here.
Yeah.
When you see how far Double D pushed the Rainmaker in 1 minute, you could have that other push come back. So,
with that said, however, It does look like Double D are more or less maintaining very strong control of the majority of the map. They did just have basically a team wipe there. And Incredibles are going for a nice push, but gets quickly shut down there by Arcos doing some very nice brushwork.
Yeah, and we'll see whether I didn't think Cackle got taken out, so she's probably running around causing a bit of a havoc. Oh, good bubble there, but yeah, there we go. Manages to seal that.
Not quite enough, unfortunately. But Arcos's beacons here proving to be a fairly reasonable asset, mainly for himself right now. But
I find super jumping on this map in Rainmaker a bit dangerous. It's great when you have that turf control. If the other team has the turf control and you're just trying to stop their push, you can jump past them. And I've definitely suffered.
Nice touch bubble there as well.
Yep.
Yep. Unfortunately, though, I think Arcos is playing quite intelligently here because he essentially forced that enemy team's bubble there, so he saw Arcos as Kraken, or she, I actually don't know.
Archaeos, yep, I think we have 2 female players in this match, so Inka Lee and Cackle.
Oh, the secret.
So close. I actually think you're a little bit ahead, Toad.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Don't. That'll be first for Europe.
Considering that everything's being hosted in Australia, I'm very surprised.
In any case, it does look like that Double D are losing control here. Well, certainly they've lost complete control of the middle, and Incredibles are trying to go for a push here down this alleyway, moving into overtime. They do get the bubble off, and that's it.
Yes, they're pinned in.
Up that corridor.
And that does wrap it up. I think there was slow and patient play there. There was no need to rush in, even with the turf control changing a bit, as long as they had all of the choke points controlled. So we do see Archaeos getting that 14-7, and a lot of that was with the Rainmaker. You have the awareness issues where you're focused on pushing that Rainmaker forward. We'll just see whether the teams... No, okay, we're going to wrap up, so I'm just going to do this.
Oh, was that the 3-0?
That was 3-0, I believe, so...
3-0 clean sweep, very nice.
Yeah. We'll just stay on here just in case they decide to play out some more matches, but I'll keep an eye on subsequent matches from other teams as well.
Excellent.
So a bit of post-match stuff. We missed out on... it was, I believe, tower control on Mahi Mahi. Your thoughts on that map?
Ooh. Tower control Mahi Mahi is a very interesting one. Mahi in general... is very open in the center, which is basically a Chargers field day. But pretty much E-Leader scope is just very, very strong on that map. But I tend to find that you're really only going to get your very strong pushes around about the 30-point mark on Mahi Mahi. Anything less than that is usually a fairly, or what I would consider a weak push. But definitely a lot of opportunity on Mahi Mahi for invulnerability special pushes, for flanks, especially around the side, to get on your base's sniper perch.
Yep.
I usually find that for evenly matched teams, they're probably some of the better games to watch because of just how much flux happens in the over the course of the game. But range is definitely a huge asset on that map. If you can just lock out a team out of the center, it's very hard to push back out without a sort of coordinated effort. So it would have been nice to watch that, honestly.
Yeah, I'm a bit disappointed we missed out on that too. Looks like Calamarcat is streaming. I'm not certain whether this is tournament game. I did think that every other group had buys in the first round, but they may have moved on to games that could be played. So let's tune in on Calamarcat for a little bit, and that'll give us some time to get everything set up for the next set of matches. We won't get caught surprised this time.
Excellent.
I'm just going to check the map list and see whether this is... I think this was in rotation at the moment. I can't remember.
Let me consult humble Discord bots. Schedule.
Oh, Hammerhead Tower, this might be round 2. Already started. So teams are going
quite possible
today.
Quite possibly.
So this should be Riptide versus Squid Life Crisis, I'm thinking. Either that or they're just practicing the map. So I think
yeah, it could just be a practice. I'll quickly find out if any one of our.
Well, this one's almost going to wrap up, so there's not much more to say about it. I think that 18 lead on Hammerhead is pretty solid. I always feel as a player trying to defend a push, the 18's at the point where if they all sit on the tower, suddenly it's a knockout. But obviously the other team was able to defend from that. So we are just playing out the last bit of
to bring up a point that I mentioned before, I actually have a classic clip from about a year ago on this very map mode, where my team pushed the tower all the way to 1 point, and then we got reverse KO sweeped after pushing the tower all the way to 1. So don't count anyone out until the game is over. But there was a 3-player wipe there, and that's game. Yeah. That's very nice.
All right, yep, they're just squatting at the moment. I
think. Be quiet, Scarf.
I'm not expecting to see Japanese team names in our Australian-New Zealand tournament. So
not that many.
Yep, we get some a bit of time to actually talk about stuff before we get into the games this time. And
excellent.
I'm just going to poke around with my headphones as well.
I do like this practice composition here, though. I feel it's a very good composition here for this particular rotation. Even though I'm talking about the rotation now more than the tournament. But hang on, what's going on here?
Oops.
They're switching to one of them switching to heavy deco. Oh, okay. The other heavy swap to custom dual score. Oh, that's an interesting pick. I don't usually see a lot of custom dual squatcher play. Custom dual squatchers are very rare indeed in this game, but kind of makes sense mainly for Hammerhead for the beacons. Obviously Q there on the Dynamo. Dynamo is always a very strong asset to any team. Gabe with the custom range blaster. Custom range blaster is sort of like one of those meta weapons. It's just a very nice, strong sort of assault weapon. And of course, the heavy deco is very nice for range suppression as well. So that's also very nice.
All right, let me see. Hello, is this any better?
Well, it doesn't sound as crackly to me.
Okay.
Oh, there's that crack. There's that crackle again.
I'm going to try and move the headset away from my mouth a bit, because it seems to have... Hello, testing.
I don't know. Give us some feedback in the chat, people.
All right.
We need feedback.
Well, this should be a good match. Looks like Los Inklings are still active.
Who are those people?
Los Inklings, I think Latias used to play for them.
Oh, okay.
I'm not actually sure where they're based.
Well, chances are probably not Australia.
Yeah, pretty sure they're not. Latias being on the West Coast, so Western Australian player, I think she was trying to find a team with a time zone fit for her. So eventually I think she had to move on just because that time zone fit didn't work out so well. So probably not Australia. And while we're talking about player positions and all that, so we've got obviously Calamarcat that we are watching. And on this team as well, I think FLC, so in-game name is Q, but that is FLC. Also from
yes.
Queensland, the two of them. We've also got, I think Gabe's also from WA. And finally, Button, I think, is from Victoria.
That sounds about right. Well, Button definitely does have the Victoria role in Oceanic Offensive Server.
Yep.
So that's... But FLC is a fairly prominent member of the Splatoon scene. Very nice to have an Australian in such a sort of...
A figurehead role.
I wouldn't say figurehead position. Yes, that's the word. I wouldn't say highly elevated position, but that sounds a bit iffy. And it's also very nice to see him continuing to play the game, which is also very nice.
I think this team has some great teamwork and compositions. Obviously, having FLC as a resource, that insight into what makes a good team composition. A lot of teams you'll find when you're starting out, you play the weapons you're familiar with, and you decide on those weapons when you see the map mode comment when you're in the lobby going, oh, we're playing this map next.
Yes. So that's definitely a mentality that the Splatoon devs themselves have actually mentioned in the past, where and was actually one of the justifications for their map mode rotation system, that it was to encourage people to consider their weapon choices to suit the particular map and mode that is currently in rotation, rather than just using one weapon for every single map and mode. With that said, there are quite a few weapons that perform reasonably well regardless of the situation at hand.
Oh, this double Kraken.
Sure.
Well, very aggressive. Didn't pay off in that case.
I'm not sure that was the correct call there, and just ran out that 5-second Kraken.
Yeah, exactly. And with the Zinc Mini there, the bubble does outlast the Kraken.
Actually, the bubble is 4.5 seconds. The Kraken is 5. So as default times anyway. So actually,
yes,
the Kraken should win.
Yes. I didn't catch sight of the player's gear. I personally run so much duration up that my long bubble is longer than the longest Kraken. I believe it scales that way. But
well, it scales better that way.
Yeah.
Yes.
You don't want to take people on at that point with
no.
At the very fringes of your special duration, you don't want to risk it.
No, that was unfortunately a very bad play with the Kraken there.
We're just gonna get some points here. They are just chasing that 55, the lead there. So if they can just sit on it, that's all they need here. So.
There is only 1 minute left in the game. Something
the most dangerous minute of the game.
Well, yes and no. Some of you may be aware that I am working on a little bit of a fundamentals guide for people trying to get into competitive. I haven't released it just yet, but one of the things that I'm working on now is awareness, and one of those things is the game timer. Actually, believe it or not. And one very good way to think of the game timer is probability of winning with a given lead.
That's a great jump out from that Oceanink player, getting on the tower, taking the lead there. Everything was just way too frantic. And
that was a very strong bubble push.
That was a great push. And as you said, like as far as game time goes, that was the time to hold the bubble, use it, and make that favourable situation for the team.
The scary thing, of course, is that as that timer approaches 0, your options to try and achieve victory become fewer and fewer.
Yes.
Which basically means you're stuck with the hands that you're dealt, and you have to make it work no matter how bad it is.
It's one of those things where maybe in a team with voice chat communication can maybe make it work, especially if the other team is overconfident. In a solo situation, it's hard to know when you have no turf under control, should you push into the middle, make that path for your team, or should you hold the objective just where it is?
Well, definitely, and that's one thing that you should be mindful of when you look at the game timer is that, okay, how much time do we have left? What's the current point standing? Are we in the lead? Could the enemy team reasonably break that lead with a coordinated push, which basically happened in that game? So it's one of those things you have to be very mindful of as the game approaches timeout. But of course, given the nature of the team-based nature of this game, it can be very hard to try and do everything yourself.
Yep. If you are a player that only plays solo queue, I definitely recommend trying to find some players to play with. It changes the whole way you think about map control and the objectives. I know a lot of people like to complain about their teammates not being on the objective, but sometimes in solo queue, those players who go out and flank are actually, the key pinning. They're keeping your team in that favourable position just by harassing or whatever. But those same players can be the ones that cause you to just lose the game because they're just out of position. If you have some friends to play with, it can be just as frustrating, but even more fun to try and coordinate your pushes to, have a good idea of what your friends are planning on doing and how they're going to tackle this objective. Because we find that the game has many different ways to play, and a team of 4 will, bring out the best. That's a nice clean knockout there for Riptide.
Oh yeah, that's very good. But yeah, I had something I was going to say. Yes. I mean, squads are also probably much more enjoyable since you are usually playing with your friends. So therefore, there's a lot less sort of stress, and so you're all there together to have a good time. But solo queue definitely teaches you awareness and being mindful of reading all the information that the game has given to you at all times. And that
you
can
have
help
to look out for yourself in solo queue.
Yes. Well, it's not just that. It's not just that though. But yes, you do have to look out for yourself, and you potentially can't trust your teammates to do the job, which is unfortunate. But it also allows you to constantly be scanning that information and looking for opportunities, or being mindful of enemy opportunities and reacting to those. And of course, you can approach that with no one else might be paying attention to this. I need to do this. So I feel like both modes could very much go hand in hand with each other to help improve your game.
Now I wish I implemented the timer on this screen. Let me see. So we're not expecting to have next round for another maybe 20 minutes. I think matches were scheduled to start on the hour, Australian Eastern Standard Time. So, it's a nice leisurely pace today. We have a few rules which aren't standard in normal tournaments. For example, the ability to swap hosts every game. Everyone knows that our Australian internet can be a bit fickle, so that is built in there just so that if you feel that you'd prefer to have a host swap, you have a little bit of power to do so.
Yes, unfortunately, I'll keep my political opinions out of this tournament, but let's just say certain decisions were made that were not beneficial to the future of our Splatoon community. That's all I will say on the subject. But we do what we can. So it's very nice that AEL was considerate of that possibility, which is very honestly actually a rule that I actually haven't seen in pretty much any other tournament. So it's very accommodating to the Australian scene, which is nice.
One thing that I've been very impressed about AEL, obviously they've done esports events with other titles, but I think this is their first time near Splatoon, and I think that from what I know, they've actually had to learn a lot from scratch. They did it very quickly. They've been great with the community. And this host swapping rule, I think it may have come over because we know that some other games, there's host advantage or whatever. While there isn't exactly host advantage in Splatoon, I think it's not a bad rule to have there just for that situation where people just want to get free of a lobby that might have a little bit of latency.
Well, yes, it's sort of like, we didn't particularly like that game. Give us another host, and if it's still sort of the same, well, actually, it's probably us. So okay, we'll shut up.
Or just unavoidable. So the internet is unfortunately not magic.
Really?
Well, to most of us it is, but it is bound by physics, unfortunately.
Well, since it is primarily Australian with our New Zealand friends as well, it should help keep the majority of physical latency issues down to a minimum, but that's no guarantee given standard Australian infrastructure. But again, we do what we can.
Yeah,
that was a very nice dodge there by trying to.
Well, unfortunately, Riptide get wiped. However,
they do get wiped, but they do have the nice push.
Yes.
So
we'll find out if it was worth it. Yeah, and again,
it's not. I mean, 38's not a bad push.
Yep. If you do want to try playing in low latency environment, we can't promise anything, but if you hop into the Oceanink Discord, there's people looking for games most nights. And I think, there's an active Facebook page for Australian players and a separate one for New Zealand players. So if you're looking for people in your region, they are out there. You can find them. And despite this game being 2 years old, there's still heaps of people playing it.
Well, I mean, it's fun.
Yes.
There's very little else out there that plays like Splatoon. There's obviously a lot of core game concepts and game sense that carries over from other games, but it's very fresh to steal its own terminology as far as the gameplay goes. And it keeps people coming back. So it really doesn't surprise me at all. It also helps that the player base is also very healthy in other regions to keep the general game matchmaking strong, particularly Japan, where it's very much a phenomenon. Not quite so much a cultural phenomenon, but definitely a pop culture phenomenon. And it looks to carry itself very strongly into the next game as well. So And I'm not sure what was going on there with that rapid blaster. I didn't even really see that shot connect.
I thought I saw like a invisible Kraken, but that might have just been the rapid blaster's tracks at a bit of an angle. Here is Team Yellow's last push, or last, defense. And Riptide has, quite easily. Well, they didn't have to work too hard for that one. You mentioned other regions, so I think tonight, for people who want to stay up late, or for Toad, who's never going to sleep ever again,
Shush.
there will be the finals of the European Splatoon Cup. They ran actually sort of a, what was it, weekly? Well, it was a monthly structure where every month was split up. Each week earned you points in a bracket structure. From that, looks like we might
have a game soon.
Yeah, soon. Okay, I might just set up.
But yes, the European Sports League, or ESL tournament, is happening in Paris later today, or today as in April 1st, Central European time. I do not have a starting time privy.
I think it was 11 p.m. Eastern time for us.
11 p.m. for you. I was about to say, oh my goodness.
And they will be streaming. I'm not sure what on, but the European... Well, there have been a couple now of Nintendo Europe streams held. They had the Great British Splat Off, and then they had... I can't remember what the second one was.
So actually have a lot of tournaments running today. Sorry, that's a bit of an aside.
They're currently running... Big, so
they're currently running Overwatch, StarCraft 2, LoL, and CS:GO tournaments right now. One at 3 a.m. in the morning. Oh my god. Sorry, that is a bit of a surprise. I'm surprised. I'm very surprised there are people in EU up this late playing competitive esports.
Well, ESL is, I think, there's ESL across each region. Sort of. There is actually ESL Australia. It's Electronic Sports League, not European. So maybe those are actually American tournaments or Australian ones.
My misunderstanding. But yes, it is ESL Europe later this afternoon, I think, Paris time. I will see if I can find that for later.
Yeah, so we'll have a good gap in between us ending. You can, everyone can have naps, and then we'll be up late watching the finals. I think they've got 4 teams there for that. There will be Cooldown versus Oviedo Hokusai, I think. And I don't think I think that one's just an exhibition match. I'm not sure. And then, no. Who are the 4 teams? It's Cooldown, Hokusai,
Cream Fresh.
and...
there is a 4th. I will find it.
I feel like it might be Tomo, Extermination. Surely Extermination. They were sweeping.
Hang on.
I'll wait for you to find this out while I keep an eye on the streams.
Trying to find... okay, here we go. ESL Splatoon. I could have swore... Aha. Yes, the final team is Extermination. For those of you that are still watching. Okay, so I have the sweet details from ESL themselves. So yes, it's Team Bai, Team Extermination, Team Cream Fresh, and Team Rising Moon. Cooldown were unfortunately eliminated in the finals qualifier. So unfortunate result there for cooldown. I'm not sure who they faced. Might have been Team Bai. Yes. So the ESL tournament in Paris will be running at a 2 p.m. Central Eastern Standard Time. Let me just fetch my handy time zone converter and try and get that to you in Australian time. So that's 1400 hours local time. AES. You guys are in DT now, aren't you? Yes.
Tomorrow, actually. I think we swap over.
Oh, you swap over tomorrow. Okay.
Most websites, if you just say where you want to be, they'll work out what the time zone is for you.
Okay, so it will be 10 p.m. for Australian Eastern Standard Time later tonight. So if you squids want to stay up very late to tune into that, that should be a very exciting tournament to see some of the best that Europe has to offer.
And we'll keep you entertained until then with the best of Australia.
Yes.
And New Zealand,
for
actually.
Sure.
I'm looking forward to in the match that we're going to be showing after this one, which will be Double D versus Scarface.
That should be a very interesting matchup. As we mentioned before, Scarface is composed of quite a few Splatoon veterans that have been around the scene for a very long time. Either they were around in the scene during a lot of its early days and have sort of lapsed, or have just stuck around since the beginning. I know Jaffa certainly sort of has. That will be a very interesting game to see indeed.
That should say round 2 matches start. I'm going to run through who's in Group B because I don't think we did that. So we obviously have Riptide and Squid Life Crisis. We also have... Let me see. My list is not alphabetically sorted. That's good.
Oops.
I think there were 22 or maybe 21 teams ultimately, so each group had 5 or 6 players. So
yes, that's correct. Groups A and B have 6, and groups C and D are both 5.
I'll have a look at the bracket in a second as well. So team All the Best and 2118 Color Splatters. I wasn't sure if they were going to make it. We did see people trying to get in contact with that team earlier, but now the tournament's underway. I'm sure they're all turned up and ready to splat.
Let's hope.
And then finally in that group is Not So Fresh, which is a great name. So what I might do right now is just have a quick look at the status of the bracket, because I bet there'll be some matches.
I just got that up myself. It looks like the games are progressing quite nicely.
Yep. So
Group B is putting in the work though, for already up to game 3.
Oh wow. Let's see. There were some buys there. I'm hoping we don't miss anything out of Group B. I'm hoping to get the match with Riptide and Squid Life. So if we don't, hopefully our schedule doesn't go off course. Let's have a look. So Squid Life did beat 211 Carlos Splatters in that first game. So we'll see whether they can, what they can do against Riptide, which we've been watching for the last little while. In Group A, so I'll just run through everything in order. Group A, Double D beat Incredibles 3-0. The Bamboo Bandits beat Catastrophe. Catastrophe. It's a great pun, but it doesn't quite roll off the tongue.
No.
In a 3-1 set. And Scarface beat Splatter Squad 3-0.
Very strong openings from all those teams.
Yep. In Group B, so All the Best beat Not Fresh 3-1. Squid Life Crisis beat 2118 Carlos Splatters 3-1, as I mentioned, and Riptide got their first bye. Group C, Blue Ringed Ocklings got their first round bye as well. So Sea Scrubbers beat Noob Surprise 3-0, and Squids with Guns beat Squid Hero 4 3-2. So that sounded like that would have been an exciting one to watch.
Yeah, unfortunately, we are a little bit limited in our casting and streaming today, as we are relying upon our fellow community members to be broadcasting their games on Twitch in order to get any sort of visual insight into these games, since this is the online heats. So we are very much relying upon any available content out there to be able to actually watch anything. Will be less of an issue at the LAN for the finals, obviously, since all the content will be actually at the venue.
Well, we don't know anything about the LAN Grand Finals yet, so we'll wait for AEL and Nintendo to announce something. Fingers crossed. Everyone's hoping that it will be a nice public event and everyone can go out and hang and maybe try out Splatoon 2 there as well. But you're from Melbourne. Is it easy to find a venue in Melbourne?
Melbourne Exhibition Centre.
It's a bit extravagant for it. Well, yeah. I know that the fighting game community are running their tournament at the MKEC, or as we call it, Jeff Shed.
Jeff Shed.
Coming up quite soon, but in, having run community tournaments, I would be a bit scared of booking out a room at the MKEC for a Splatoon tournament. As much as I dearly love the game, I don't know who's going to turn up. So I expect they're having the same, thoughts going through their heads as they're trying to work out what kind of event these grand finals will be. At the very least, I think AEL said they'll be on site to record some of the action. So even if we don't get to watch it live, we'll get to see something. Finally, we didn't go through the Group D bracket. So Haley's Comets got their bye in round 1, and then Part-Time Pirates beat Ink Pals 3-0, and Squid Squad beat Splat Breakers 3-0. And I will be posting that challenge link into the Twitch chat. I'm surprised no one's asked for it. Maybe I missed it.
No, I don't think anyone has. Dr. Dementio does say that they're just about to play.
I think that we're going to see most teams about to play. I'll expect that we'll be heading back to Team Double D for...
Oh, no, wait, no, hang on. It does look like Riptide are getting their next game set up now.
Yep. Excellent. So we'll have them on stream shortly. I don't think any game audio is coming in for that, but that's okay. If you want to watch Team Double D, I'll post a link in the chat so you can hop over there and watch their games. So yes,
Calamar Cat on Team Double D is streaming, and FLC is also streaming for Team.
Okay. If I was ambitious, I would try swapping between their streams, but I think for today we'll not be too ambitious.
Let's go for stability.
Oh, fingers crossed. You've jinxed it now. Alright, so Team Double D versus Catastrophe. Now, this is actually going to be a bit of a grudge match, I think. It'll be a good one to watch. Catastrophe.
So which one are we watching? Team Double D? Or,
no, we're going to be watching Riptide versus Squid Life Crisis. So I've just posted Double D versus Catastrophe in the chat. And
very good.
I've just got to open the windows on this one because we are about to get underway.
Please do. So it does look like that Riptide are running the Octoshot T-Tech or Tenatech. It's just a skin, same weapon. FLC is running the Lunar Blaster Neo. Gabe running a CRB, Custom Range Blaster. And Button is sticking with the Octobrush Norval.
Nouveau.
Norval, Nouveau,
say it like
whatever.
French now.
No, I don't know any French. Sorry. But this is definitely a potentially very strong lineup, especially with the Luna. Oh, I saw a Carbon Deco and a Dynamo on the opposing team.
Did you see a dual sculpture back right?
No.
All right, so we have Tower Control and Flounder. And everyone has gone
Rainmaker.
up to... Rainmaker. Has headed up to... I obviously don't have the map list open. Headed up to their own rooftop. I mean, this one's a fun one. There are two main routes. A lot of people just go up the front door, as we're seeing right now.
I mean, that's a really strong early push right off the bat there to 26 points. That is very, very nice indeed. It does look like Calamar Cat here is holding back just a little bit to act as a safe beacon for your teammates to come back in and resume the push. The specials are coming out here with the Zuka. Oh, this is done. This is, yeah, that's done.
Yep.
Beautiful. Very, very strong domination there by Riptide.
That is like poetry in motion. So that's game 1 to...
Riptide.
Yeah, sorry, I just got to update some other stuff on the stream because we were in standby mode for a little while.
That was just an extremely solid execution from Riptide. They went for the middle. They gained complete control of both roofs straight off the bat. And as that was happening in motion, one of them grabbed the Rainmaker, or the fish, as I like to abbreviate it to, because it is a nice shiny golden fish.
And it's one syllable versus 3.
Yes, it is. So it's easy to say. And like they just pushed as a team straight into their base, and they were patient when the fish was taken down.
Yeah, sometimes when you get that early push, it's tempting to keep knocking on the other team's door, and that's when you get wiped.
Yes, but Calamar Cat was very smart there with that play by staying back, being safe, allowing the rest of the team to come back in, and also went in with the double sweep there with the Zuka for just that extra punishment.
So we're headed to, I think it's Tower Control on Hammerhead, which we've seen a fair bit of. And
so it looks like they've pulled out 2 Splatlings. FLC has gone for the Zinc Mini Splatling, and someone else on Riptide, I'm sorry, I've missed the name, has gone for the remix. The Heavy Splatling remix.
Yep. Okay, there's not much...
Starting off very strong here, though, with the pseudo 3 player down in the middle. This will give Riptide a very strong start here with the tower push. That Jewel Squelcher there as well, getting caught out.
That was very unfortunate. Being stuck between 2 people, all of the ink around you, being foreign, makes it very hard to reply.
And that's another solid wipe there from Riptide. That's going to really kickstart their push here. 2 down.
Wow.
They're very nice, Zuka. Can he get the 3rd? No. Okay. That's fine, though. The tower is still moving. It's already up to 40 points. Like, this could be over already. Like, this seems very, very strong.
Yes. Calamar Cat, she is just sitting around watching each of those...
Oh, no, wait.
Oh, that bubble, I wasn't sure if it would activate in time, but we are playing with low latency, so that's one of the luxuries. Over. And that second invulnerability special just to finish it off.
That was, unfortunately, a complete domination. Riptide, though, playing very carefully towards the start of the game, though. They were waiting for that very strong window of opportunity before they initiated that tower push, which was very good of them. It's a very, very strong 2-0 start for Riptide.
Yes. And I'm hoping that maybe after this, we might have enough time to just hop on over to another stream. Even if the next one goes to 5 minutes, we should have some time. I'm going to keep an eye on them.
For Manly Kittens, who is asking in the chat, no, this tournament is not double elimination. This is round robin format in bracket seeding. So there are a couple of groups that are all playing round robin within their own format, which will eventually result in playoffs.
Yep, so there's about 20-something teams, I think 21 or 22 today. Oh, Hero's got it. That's the answer. So we'll take 2 teams from each group. So there's groups A, B, C, D. We'll be streaming a match from each group, hopefully. And then after that, we will be top cut next weekend. So all the teams have a week to practice and stress and suss each other out before going into that top cut bracket.
Should be good fun.
Looks like Double D are going about as quickly as Riptide are. They've just finished their tower control on Hammerhead.
All right, so going into this game, Splat Zones Black Belly. A very nice lineup here, flexible lineup here from Team Riptide. Doesn't unfortunately look like the other team is really changing their compo though, which is concerning to me.
I think we're definitely seeing, we've got a range of different experience and abilities here. When you are a bit new at the game, you want to, pin down that one weapon that you're good at. If you swap around too much, you'll never get settled, really. That was a good trade for that Dynamo Roller.
But unfortunately, the Riptide managed to clean up the rest of the team for a three squids down. And they've pretty much got very strong... Oh, dominant control, but the carbon with the stealth jump. Very nice. That was actually quite unexpected for a carbon to be pulling stealth jump shenanigans.
Typically see it on Dynamos, right?
Usually, yes. Not on a carbon, but I actually... And even makes less sense on Black Belly, considering how compact the map is. So that definitely caught them off guard there. Does look like, though, that Squid Life Crisis are actually putting up a bit of a fight here on this map. They are desperately trying to resist control.
They are currently focusing on holding their own zone, and unfortunately they are going to need to come out around the side and take the other zone, or at least put some pressure on it.
Unfortunately, that's another 3 down. This is basically make or break time at this point.
Might all be written by now.
The Squid Life Crisis, the Dynamo is trying to put in a lot of work by just staying back and holding that zone, but it's not going to be enough, and that's game.
Yep.
Very, very strong opening there by Riptide.
And I think Riptide are the favourites for this group.
That is very true.
So let me just see whether there's anything to see over on Hess's stream. They are still going, so I'm just going to quickly see if I can swap it over.
That's a very strong burn there, Bill the Cat. Let's not be too discouraging to the new teams, please.
Yes.
As I said, Riptide are the favourites, as most of the players, or if not all the players, have had substantial experience playing in Splatoon tournaments.
I have just swapped the stream over to what looks like to be it's the end of Double D first, and everyone streams at different resolutions, so I'm going to have to fix this up on the fly. We're just seeing the end, and then not... the stop at 1, and then the recap. So that was, I think, an interesting one to just hop in on. I'm going to see whether any of our other streamers are active.
That was clutch. That was complete clutch. That would have been nice to see if they had gone into a little bit of a extended.
Oh, and I've got the wrong scores. So I believe that Double D versus Catastrophe is over, but I'll just wait on that one.
They're all leaving.
They're all
It
done.
seems to be a 3-0
So I'm just going to hop
sweep.
over and see whether blue-ringed Octolings are active. Looks like they might be on their second map, or they might have gone to squads.
Bird. Yeah, Bicky Bird is currently streaming on Tower Control, Hammerhead, which is
in rotation. So we'll just hop over.
Well, it is.
We're quite ahead of schedule right now, so everyone streams at a different resolution.
Yeah, I think you can blame Twitch for that one for recently upping their upload rate, which has now been up to 3 to 6 megabits per second.
Oh, they are playing tournament matches. So if you hop over, we are watching blue-ringed Octolings versus. I gotta look this up now.
I'm not sure who that team is.
I'll look it up.
Alex?
Round 2 should be Noob Surprise.
Noob Surprise.
Is that updated? Yep. And we're watching Angela.
I mean,
This is Group C. Everything's going a little bit fast. Angela normally runs that Octobrush, which when you're running Black Belly owning that middle tower, definitely, that Octobrush is strong for that. And can surprisingly rain down a lot of ink onto the zone. If you're trying to defend an Octobrush and thinking, nah, it's just a little brush, you might be surprised.
No. Octobrush is a good brush. You'd be surprised at the range and the ink that it can reach.
Yeah.
Going for the vanilla Octobrush, though, clearly using that for the Kraken since they equipped special duration up shoes. Let's say it's clearly for the Kraken control.
So today playing for Bro. So this is the last. This is Game 3, Group C, Round 2. We're seeing Angela on Octobrush, SpongeBev on NZAP, Ladias with Charger of some kind, Splat Charger.
E-leader.
And she normally goes E-leader, but it didn't look like one to me. And Maddie Kuma with the nozzle nose. Yes, there is a little bit of stream tearing. Unfortunately, we can't do anything about that. We are restreaming from a stream. So Angela does go straight to that middle and, takes the tower. She's given a bit of a trouble there with the purple ink. Tidies it up. So having like a brush and a charger owning that middle tower is strong play.
Right now, like it's 3 squids down. You're down to 50 points. They have complete control of middle, and Angela is just going in ham.
Yes.
With this brush and
safe in the knowledge that she has a Kraken.
Yeah. And the whale spawn denier as well is just this is.
All right, so they've broken out. They've caused one stop, but it's not enough when you keep just getting picked off from the spawn. So unexpectedly, Angela is going to come in from behind, and between that coordination there, they are able to just keep picking them off.
This is a disgusting spawn camp.
Black Belly,
yeah, that's game.
Such a tiny map.
I feel very sorry for Noob Surprise. That was a disgusting display of control.
Well, we just had 3 wipes in a row, so we've watched all of Black Belly.
Absolutely no mercy. Yeah, their stream chat does actually have voice chat.
Yeah, I've turned it down, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, that was just Oh, it was the splatterscope. My mistake.
Yeah, I think that's where the whale came from as well.
Latias normally does play E-leader, but I agree that the splatterscope was definitely the superior choice.
All right, we're swapping over onto the 4th game, which Toad can't see, but I actually have one of the Haley's Comets members decided to play from our house. We have better internet, so I'm able to give you another Black Belly skate park view.
Oh, nice.
We are watching the
Is-
last few seconds once again. This is Halley's Comets taking Blackbelly Skate Park. And obviously we've swapped between 4 streams so fast I can't get the overlays up to date.
That's fine. There is a little. I am going to be behind in my commentary since I am relying upon your
Well, they've just
stream.
wrapped
But
up, so you've missed it.
yeah, good fun.
So that was Part-Time Pirates, which we've seen them around a bit, actually. Jackie's quite active. Just see if they're going to go into another game or not, or whether it's going to wrap up. No, it looks like they're all done. So that is round 2 done. I think all of the groups have now finished off their matches. Things are scheduled to get underway again in probably another 45 minutes. So we'll see whether we can stick with some of these teams and watch their gameplay. So let's go back to Bro. We'll just hang out here for a while.
Very nice.
If you're watching, now's a great time to have a break, grab a drink, whatever. We'll be back. I think our next match that we do want to feature will be Double D versus Scarface. Scarface are, I'd say they're my favourite for Group A to go through. And Double D, we did see them very strong in both rounds 1 and the end of round 2. So I think that one's going to be an exciting one to watch.
That's going to be good, for sure.
Alright, so I'm just going to go back to this splash screen for a little while. And it's time to grab lunch, drinks, all that sort of thing. We'll see you back in probably 40 minutes or so.
Oh, wow, really? Okay.
Yeah, I think so. Everyone finished really fast that round, unlike the last round.
Oh, dear.
There we go. Let's swap the streams back and go to this one. I bet this isn't going to fit.
What? Ooh, I think that sounded like Alley Cat taking the mic off and handing the stream over to me. That sounds good. Hello, people. I will try and keep you entertained for the next 30 minutes. So whilst we wait, since there is quite a lot of time between now and the next bracket, we are currently streaming Arcos's gameplay, who has now decided to kill some time by playing in Turf War. So since we actually have something for you guys to watch instead of just a splash screen all day, we'll be sticking with this, I guess. So it does look like Arcos is playing quite aggressively with his brush, which is definitely a hard thing to do with this particular map. Moray Towers is unfortunately very susceptible to being just zoned out, usually by charges. But he's doing a very nice job indeed here. Oh, got done by the bomb too. Very nice surprise there. Bomb range up charger. You don't see that every day. Oh, shush, Latias, please. This is sort of feeling like a little bit of a domination, like some of these tournament games, quite honestly. I mean, they're camping the spawn, like, come on. He does realize that he's overextended and has made a mistake here, but does pop out the Zuka to try and get a pick off here on this charger, but doesn't get it. He is playing quite smartly though, and sticking to this foam. Oh, well, that was a really delayed kill. Dear. Arcos just, I was about to say, proving to be a pain, but gets done by the shotgun 90 NZAP 89. There's definitely a bit of latency shenanigans going on here. People here mentioning that chargers need more range. We should take this into another room and have a very frank discussion about range differential in Splatoon. It does sound like a, oh, hang on. Oh no, are you kidding? We went to all that effort just to get this stream up, and he decides to stop streaming. That is very unfortunate. Also, yeah, he lost. I actually see. This is, well, since the stream is dead and now we have absolutely nothing to talk about. Let me just quickly remind our friendly Alley Cat host to put the splash screen back up. But let this be a reminder to all you squids out there that a spawn camp does not mean a win, especially in turf war. The goal of turf war is to have the most turf to win, not be at the enemy's spawn to win. So one should always be mindful as to the current state of play that is occurring over the entire stage, and to be very mindful that a spawn camp is not necessarily a particularly good hold on the enemy team. All it takes is for one squid to break past, and then they are a mobile jump point for super jumping, and suddenly all the enemy team is behind you, and they have taken the entirety of the map behind you when you think you have a spawn camp, and it's like, oh, okay. Oh, so who are we watching now? We are watching someone here. I have no idea who we're... Oh, this is a special stream that is not privy to me. Yeah, this is AM Rose. Unfortunately, this is not being broadcast on Twitch. This is actually in Alley Cat's house. They just happen to have access to this feed locally. So my my commentary, if any, will be fairly delayed. Yes, that is exactly why that is the case, Superhero. That is indeed the case. And sorry that I'm having to sort of stick with this fairly unexcited monotone voice. I am trying not to be too loud at 3:30 AM in the morning. I do not want to get any complaints from the neighbours, and I do have no idea how thick these walls are. I think it's quite thick because I never hear anyone else in their rooms, but maybe everyone else is quiet. Shifty eyes. Uh-oh. Unfortunately, no, I did not get the coffee machine. I'm still waiting on NSTC, name subject to change, to buy me the coffee machine with the $16 American that we won over a year ago in Inkstorm 2. Does look like they're mainly just practicing Rainmaker movement strategies here. But yes, no, I would very much like a coffee machine. I was promised a coffee machine from our Inkstorm 2 winnings for all amazing $16. NSTC still has not delivered. I'm still waiting on my coffee machine. And being in Europe now, oh, okay. I don't know what that was. I'm still waiting on a coffee machine for playing in competitive Splatoon, and I still haven't got one. One day. Someone donate me a coffee machine, please. It's the least competitive Splatoon community can do for me. Nah, it's okay. It's fine. I have no idea what they are doing. I think they're just mucking around and that was very unfortunate. I always do love the classic ink strike on the podium for 15. Yeah, that's fine. FLC does look like he's squatting now. Yes. Calamar Cat is rehosting FLC. It's okay. I'm having to carry the stream here with more viewers. That's fair enough. Yeah, it just looks like Rose are just mucking around in some privates, practicing some movement strategies. Yeah, I'm underscore FLC with no apostrophe. I just linked it to you then. Hang on, let me check. Yes, he does. Wow, that was some grade A mind game right there. The stream unfortunately wouldn't see it, but FLC was hiding behind a podium, and the Kraken was climbing the podium and happened to kill him without any knowledge he was there. I'd be upset at that too. I'd call wall hacks there, but Splatoon already has a very elegant form of wall hacks that's called the echolocator that tells you exactly where everyone is. So there's no need for that. Ooh. Excellent. Excellent. So FLC here is repping the Zinc Mini. The Zinc Mini is definitely one of the strongest weapons in the game. I'm going to turn down his VC a little bit. Zinc Mini is definitely one of the strongest weapons in the game. It's mini splatling, which means it has a very rapid double charge and has very good turf lane capacity. You very quickly find yourself overrun in ink from a Zinc Mini, since it can lay down streams of ink very fast. To complement that, because it can lay down so much ink very fast, it very quickly builds up its special, which is the bubble. And aside from the custom Hydra, it is probably like the most offensive oriented weapon in the game that has access to bubble, which makes it very strong indeed. giving that flexibility to be either an offensive or defensive role. It's a definite. Zinc Mini is definitely a very versatile addition to any team. And then, of course, you've got the disruptors as well, which just annoy people with like next to no movement or really any sort of ink efficiency at all. For those that do not know, disruptors slow your movement considerably. I don't have the exact figures on hand, but I'd imagine it's at least 50%. And it also doubles ink costs. So pretty much most subs in the game, if you happen to throw them, will instantly deplete your ink tank. The only one that wouldn't would be point sensors, since that only uses 40% of the tank, which would double to 80, but pretty much everything else instantly doubles to 100, leaving you with a tank of ink and greatly diminished ink recovery. So it's just an excellent harassment sub. Oh no, they got done there by the splat bomb there right at the end. The heavy depletion is definitely a problem. Yes, thank you for pointing that out. BBs are also 40%. So they also double to 80. Thank you for pointing that out, Catonics. So both, but either way, disruptors dramatically reduce your ability to use subs to pressure and escape. Unfortunately, they got done there by very strong bomb pressure, and FLC just did not have his bubble at the ready. This is a very interesting thing about FLC. He swears by the treasure hunter hat, which, as you can see, that has ink recovery and natural bias to special duration up. I respect FLC for using a hat that is almost never used in the game at all. It's definitely a very oddball pick, to say the least. Ink recovery is definitely very useful for a city, but I wouldn't say it's mandatory. But one of the good things about Splatoon, for those that are a bit more fresh and a bit green, is that Splatoon is very flexible in accommodating pretty much, well, not any kind, but a very wide array of play styles, and an equally wide array of potential ability builds that you can use for weapons. A very nice bubble sort of trade stall there by both Zinnies in that game there. And that was actually very clean. That kill there was actually quite difficult, since he was using the fall-off arc to actually get the solid 4 hits. Surprised the damage fall-off did not kick in and take it to a 5 hit. Probably a little bit of damage from ink penalties. Probably sealed the deal with that one. Probably being a little too aggressive though there on that zone, on that area of that balcony. Yes, this is just Riptide squatting. We are currently not watching any live tournament games, since the next bracket does not start for another 15 minutes or so. Yeah. This Octoshot is definitely putting in the work here, though, on the enemy team. Definitely putting a lot of harassment. Octoshot works through Disruptor. Unfortunately, this is the joy of latency, where things that you do on your screen don't match up with the reality of the game state. FLC definitely putting in some nice stalling there against that Zinc Mini, but was unfortunately in a very unfavorable position there. It would have been nice if he had gotten that kill, being in such a disadvantaged position, but Very lucky escape there from that 96 deco and managing to get the kill on there. Nice. Good eye there. He does see the octa shot there and is unfortunately getting a little too greedy there, but does get the bubble there as the panic safety and is continuing to pressure. Nice. Takes out the Zuka. That's pretty much a pseudo 3 down there, which is nice. But this octo shot just keeps coming back. With that said, though, they do have the lead in this game, so the pressure is on their opponents here to try and wrestle control from Riptide. And Riptide are doing a very good job maintaining control here of the center. I'm not sure why that Zinc mini bubbled. Like that seemed like a panic bubble there. Like I have no idea what that was for. Good bubble there by FLC, forcing the jump out there from the Zinc mini, very narrowly escaping death from that 96. Like by all accounts, he probably should have died to that, but doesn't. Nice pincer whale here. That definitely allows the tower to go push around that corner free. Not a lot of follow-up though by the rest of the team there, unable to really get on top of that balcony and hold control as their opponents basically wipe the team and wrestle control back towards mid. Right? Yeah, I can. You talking to the cat again?
I'm just going to unmute myself so that everyone gets a little less confused by my interjections and you talking to nothing. What I'm hearing is happening is Bro may have a match up soon. Double D does not, which is the match I really want to feature, Double D versus Scarface. So what I'm going to do is we're going to probably get onto their Bro match if they're starting early, and then we might swap over if
Is that with on Calamarcat?
No, that'll be Bicky Bird will be the Bro match, and then Hessel Etch will be the Double D match.
Excellent, excellent.
So I heard that they might start early. If not, we'll go straight to Double D versus Scarface.
It does look like everyone is pretty much oops.
I think one of the drawbacks of spectator mode, though, people mentioning in the chat, is that you do have to be in the lobby. So we wouldn't be able to just opportunistically swap over to another match like we can now.
No.
But
so that is definitely one of the downsides. But I guess one of the upsides as well is that you do get the freeform camera sort of movement within a game. Yes. So that you are able to get multiple perspectives from you're able to get a perspective from any player in a particular set, which is very exciting.
Definitely.
It definitely feels like Nintendo or Garage Team specifically have definitely done their homework for Splatoon 2 and are looking to really make it much more accessible, basically to broadcast and watch games, since it is mainly in private modes, which are used for tournaments. It should be very nice indeed once Splatoon 2 rolls out to be able to watch games and be able to comment on the state of play as it happens from many different perspectives and not just the one that we're sort of limited to right now.
I'm going to go this match here. And this match here is going to be...
Like, I'm excited for Splatoon 2. It's definitely going to be a new generation for the series, without a doubt. Like, Splatoon 1 has definitely had very strong surprise success, particularly or especially in Japan, where, as I alluded to earlier, it's become a bit of a pop culture phenomenon, and is very popular there. But definitely it has its following on a global scale and appeals to a global audience. And this should with making it easier to watch these sort of competitive tournament games and making it easier to get into the nitty-gritty details of these games as they happen should make it a lot more accessible, and a lot more entertaining to watch as well. Once the next generation rolls out. But for now, we've done this. The community has definitely done what they can with very limited resources for Splatoon 1. And it's definitely to the community's credit that they have done that and stuck with it despite the limitations.
So it does look like we are going to be underway with Blue-Ringed Octolings against Squid Hero 4 will be what we're showing initially.
Ooh, nice.
So for you...
yes, I see it.
Yep,
got it.
Excellent. Perfect.
Why does everyone use different resolutions?
It's so annoying. All right, so this is round 3. I'm just going to keep in the background an eye on our match. So, if that one starts, I do want to just hop straight over. So
excellent. But it does look like here that they're going for a fairly solid lineup here. SpongeBob on NZAP89, Latias on Dynamo. I don't see Latias use Dynamos very often. That's a very good pick.
Maddie does play Dynamo sometimes for their lineup.
The L3D and the Octobrush going up against the Splash. Ooh! Now I hope that Splash puts in some nice work. Splashomatic, I feel, is a very underrated weapon especially for splat zones. Let's see if it pays off. All right, so Bro start off with a very nice control here at the start. The Splashomatic that I was hoping for gets shut down by the Kraken. And Bro are in a dominant position here. They've claimed the enemy's hill with a 3-down delta on the team players here. There seems to be a Zuka coming from the side glass there, trying to pressure, but can't really make much with that. There's just Bro is holding very solid control here indeed.
Every time that Squid Hero 4 try and get on that zone, they are being picked off. Coordinating, like coming out of the base here, is very hard. So great work by the Carbon there. Unfortunately, they stepped straight onto the zone. A bit desperate there. In their shoes, I think they thought they could neutralize it, but it's not worth it. Oh, look, they've got a cap. So now
they do. Yes, very nice. They do get the penalty.
The game is afoot now. So
well, it's afoot, but Bro gets another 3-player delta.
Yes, and they have taken it back. So a bit of breathing room with the penalty, but you can't win on just setting penalties continuously.
No. It does look like they are trying to push together here as a team, though, to try and wrestle control back from Bro. Currently, not all. The Carbon does try and get the Surprise Shark on the Octobrush, but has the Kraken on the ready and manages to click the panic button. Coming up now, this is game, honestly. Yeah, that's done. Very strong showing there from Bro for the first game.
You are actually quite a bit ahead of us, Toad.
Oh dear.
That's unusual. Anyway, that is now wrapped up game 1, so that does go to Bro, and I'm going to keep an eye on. With any luck, we might have Double D versus Scarface on, nicely sequentially, rather than having to hop away. But
that would be good. I've still got.
So Squid Hero 4, we've seen Georgia used to hang around Oceanink a bit in the past. I'm not sure about much of the rest of their team.
Well, we certainly don't know a lot about many of the teams actually outside of the favourites.
Which is really cool actually to see what people can bring. I think part of the reason why the favourites are the favourites aren't necessarily that the players are better. It's just that we know that they've coordinated and played together in the past, and that makes a huge difference.
Yeah. Exactly.
4 S+ players, and I think we can see Squid Hero 4 have S+ players. You have good fundamentals, but that, knowing how to play with your team is huge.
Yeah, it's definitely what starts separating out the good squids from the great squids. Just working in synergy together as a team and pushing objectives. Okay, so Latias does go back to the charger. No charger on the other team. It doesn't look like the enemy team here. It has decided to change their compo at all. This could put them at a severe disadvantage here, especially the lack of charger. That concerns me.
Mahi, of course, has the moving platforms, so it does change, as you were saying. The timer is something to be aware of in the game. In Mahi, there is that added element of score affecting the actual whole layout of the map. So we're seeing them come through islands right now. Anja tries to make a path, but there is someone there to cut her off. George cuts her off.
Oh, and the suction bomb camp. That was a very good play there from the Tenatech there on Squid Hero 4. Excellent play indeed.
And once again, pulling out that Inkzuka just to defend. They haven't dropped the water yet. This is their chance to push back in. I'm not seeing where the rest of Bro are positioned. Ooh, come on, frame rate.
Well, that's big. Well, probably doesn't really matter because they get the 3-player wipe. And Bro are pretty much free to resume their aggressive push here.
Well, SH4 brings it back into the middle, so they've got a little bit of time to respawn. Bro have put a little bit of emphasis on islands, so they'll probably have people wanting to cut them off there, and they do get the cut off. So unfortunately, that's a trade. They did give up 3 team members to stop that push, but I think they're sort of starting to find their footing here.
I agree. As from that super jump there, that gives us a very nice quick overview. Bro are definitely in dominant, have the most turf right now.
We get another view
of the
center
of Mahi is highly volatile.
Yeah.
All it takes is one solid wipe to reverse that control.
And sometimes just the little execution errors of, like, if your teammates are hurrying to get back in the middle, you fall in the water. Wow, that's a great double kill there.
That was a good Zuka though. That was a good Zuka.
Yeah, the splat there. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think I just caught up to what you were talking about. You have to go a bit slower for us down in.
Squid Hero 4 are definitely putting in the work here though. Like, at the very least, they are stopping Bro from getting a strong push into their base. But this could be Bro's opening here. They do get the water level drop at 40 points, which
I think right now that poor little squid isolated there just needs to set some bombs and just cut off. There we go. Unfortunately, George once again stops that push. Does fall in the water for his efforts, and that is a wipe. I think we are seeing the difference here between a coordinated team and just good players, because everything I'm seeing, I think Squid Hero 4 are good players. But you're sort of seeing people are being snuck up on. Oh, that 2 points.
That was a good deny. That was a very good deny.
Well, 1 minute, so 90 seconds left to go, and we are just not going to be able to.
This is over.
Yep.
As soon
It's
as I
pride
saw
on the
that
line,
three-player wipe,
Toad.
it was
You have to
done.
not let them knock you out. Oh, okay. Okay.
To Squid Hero 4's credit, though, they did do a very good job of sort of keeping a very nice, balanced control after Bro's first attempt to push the fish.
Yeah.
But they struggled to gain a dominant control. They couldn't flip the tables to get that game into their favour. And towards the end there, they just had the pressure. And yeah.
So I'm hoping we get this last game in, but I do see that Hess has started his stream up, so they'll probably be on soon.
Excellent.
Oh, but they got stopped by the news update, so this is to our advantage.
Please let us skip news in Splatoon 2. Please.
This is the one time I'm happy to see the news, because it means we might get a bit more of a game in. Tower control Piranha. The tower does take a bit of a different path in this one. Wraps around towards your base instead of away from it in the initial push.
It's definitely one of the unique elements of this map that a push to 50 points actually isn't very strong at all, because it relies on your tower mainly being on your half of the map. But the enemy team could very easily do the same, because the tower in their direction goes in their side of the map. So you want those strong pushes. Fairly equal start here on both teams. No one has claimed the tower yet. Does look like teams are just vying for control here first before going for the push. In fairness, Bro had a very clean two-player delta there and did not push the tower, which is a bit puzzling, to be honest, because they basically handed Squid Hero a free push.
Yep, and on our end, we are seeing that push start. I'm
sorry that I'm ahead. This Carbon, though, is doing some serious work here for Squid Hero 4. Just consistently wrestling control off the tower and sharking very nicely indeed.
Yeah, I think Bro in this one have been a little less aggressive than previous games. They're just letting Squid Hero 4 get that, initial push in. We do see actually a lot of top teams in competitive play, not yet the Australian teams, but they do actually tend to ignore the objective until the timer is a bit further down. Do so at your own peril. This is not a recommendation, but
yes.
For some teams, they're trying to get control, and I think that mental control over the game as well. So Bro is starting to make their push.
They do unfortunately get denied 1 point from the lead.
Yeah, right there. We're seeing it.
But they are starting to wrestle control here. Denied again at 1 point. Oh no, they've just got the lead. Very nice. That would have been very upsetting. And there's the Kraken to try and go in there for the clean up. 3 squids down, and the push continues.
There we go. Push has.
They do currently. That's good. That's good. That's another 3-player wipe. They're now in there. They're now pushing into their base. This is the strong push here now. $16 points. I'd be pretty happy with that push. That's a very nice push indeed.
Yep.
Bro manages to finally wrestle that breakthrough in control and manages to get the tower through. This will be definitely harder for Squid Hero 4 to break through, but
yeah, we're seeing a lot of green now. For the Octo Rush, they really enjoy owning those 2 ramps in the middle. Oh, Angela does not take the exchange. Once again, George is giving her a lot of trouble, I think. Bro does get wiped.
Oh, that's nice. This is Squid Hero 4's Squid Hero 4's definite opportunity to push. One of them comes out with Bazooka as well, which is laying down very nice suppressive fire.
Yeah, and we saw once again Bro down 3 players.
Well, this could be
a lot of purple out here.
This might be a reverse push here. They're going for the whale there as well, getting very, very close indeed.
Bro, getting
Ooh. Oh, that's a wipe. That's a reverse wipe. That's very unfortunate there for Squid Hero 4, coming so close to reversing that lead. But very good effort on Squid Hero 4's part to make such a strong push. But it's just not enough, and there's only 20 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, this was, as I said, I think the potential from this team, we saw them that first game able to, hold the zone a couple of times. Second game, fighting back the Rainmaker the whole time. Third game, they're actually putting a little bit of pressure on Bro, but with the amount of time left, I don't think they're going to be able to prove their worth for the rest of this game.
Nah,
I would be interested to see how Squid Hero 4 goes for the rest of this bracket. There are 2 teams progressing from each group. So given a week to practice, we might see some more come out of them.
That was definitely a very, very good push there from Squid Hero 4 towards the end of that game. But
yeah. That's the kind of push where if you've got that bubble there. Okay, I'm gonna swap over. Double D is about to get started, so our timing has been about right. I just got to get the video in order.
Oh yeah, thanks for the tip, Onyx. I should have thought about that. We're moving over to Hess now, aren't we?
Yes, we are. And this is the match that everyone wants to see, I think.
Yeah, this should be really good. But
we have high hopes. We're not going to get your expectations too high, but
yeah, well. But yeah, Splatoon 2 does currently not have a release date other than a tentative summer release date for the Northern Hemisphere. Western Hemisphere.
The Northern Hemisphere. I did see someone when our tournament was announced, they were very shocked that we were getting Splatoon in winter, Splatoon 2. We had to explain that our winter is their summer.
Yes, Southern Hemisphere. Yeah. I'm not sure how far ahead I am on Arcos's stream, so let me know if I'm too far ahead.
You were quite ahead in the last one, maybe about 5 or 6 seconds.
Just give me a heads up in the chat if I'm too far ahead in this game.
Yep. We'll do a countdown once the timers appear.
Okay. That sounds like a good idea. I'll try and shift it a little bit.
So as I said, Scarth, Siki, Jaffa, 2 of 3 of those I think are from New Zealand. Okay, timer. I've got 57, 56, 55.
I'm about 10 seconds ahead.
10 seconds? That's huge.
That's a massive delay.
Can I put a manual delay on you? I'm going to see
No,
whether
don't do that.
Double D's.
I will. Oh dear, and I've just That was a good tip, Cat Onyx, but it just forced me to watch an ad, so now I can watch nothing.
That's okay, you've got a bit of time. I've got 30 seconds, so you'll probably get back in just as.
That was probably not a good idea because it's probably refreshed the stream and it's probably now out of sync again, so...
It's alright, we got time.
Maybe delay me by 5 seconds. The game's starting on my end.
Alright, you are ahead 6 seconds or so. Oh. Yeah.
Just delay my voice by about 3 seconds. That should do it.
That's going to delay game audio too. Let's see.
Oh.
Better be ready.
Oh, okay, well, they've got voice chat on anyway, so I'm going to mute them and I'll delay you.
Okay, I didn't get hit with the advertisement this time, so their squids are off.
Alright, I've delayed Toad a little bit. If he's still ahead, you guys need to tell me, because I won't know.
And if I'm behind, tell me, so, like, we don't have the opposite problem.
Alright, so Scarface take that first cap there.
Very strong opening, I have to say.
Double D pop the bubble in order to try and contest that. It's looking very red out here.
Yeah, this is looking quite grim for Double D. Scarface have opened up with a very strong push. Double D are pretty much stuck on their hill and currently being suppressed by Azuka. They do neutralize, however, and Arcos gets off the Ink Strike to try and pressure the side.
Yep.
Does look like Double D are getting a little bit of control here, but that's 3 down, and there's only like 25 points left on the zone. This is pretty dire at this point.
Yeah. That aggressive push into the middle, I think when you've been playing teams where you can get away with that, sometimes you get a bit complacent. One thing I did enjoy about watching Riptide's stream was that they still played patiently. Oh, okay, so we've got the zone recapped. Double D take and set a penalty, but they are 3 down now for it.
Yeah, I mean, that gives us just a little bit of breathing space to try and wrestle control back of middle, which they are starting to do quite nicely, but Scarface are just giving them a really rough time. I'm pretty sure I eyed a Zinc Mini or something like that on the other team. And it's another 2 down for Double D. Pretty much 15 seconds left at this point.
Yeah, so if you've watched Splatoon before, sometimes people refer to the timer in Splat Zones as seconds. They're not actually correspond to seconds. There's about 100 ticks in a minute. Okay, so Archaeos has an Ink Strike, but he doesn't feel safe pulling it out. And with the amount of time left, that's not going to, unfortunately be able to neutralize.
But yeah, off the top of my head, it's roughly 2 points per second. Might be 2.5 points per second. So you're looking at about...
I think it's a bit less...
Yeah,
it's 100 points a second. It's 100 points a minute. So the knockout can happen in a minute. Can take longer with penalties applied. And the penalty is 3/4 of the amount of time that you tick down, and it gets added to whatever penalty you already had.
Yeah.
We're headed back to Rainmaker on, I think it was Mahi Mahi.
Yes, let me get the map list out. I did have it.
Well, we've just seen the maps, so we should know them. I think next one will be Piranha Pit Tower. And my timer's at 53, 52, 51.
Not the best start for Double D, but
I should update.
It's only the first game, and they did have reasonable control contesting throughout most points of the game. So it's definitely not a lopsided lineup here. So it does look like Arcos is going to go for a Tenacity damage up Octobrush.
Oh, did he swap to Tenacity at the last minute? Yep, okay. So we're
Yeah.
going to have those Krakens. We did see Archaeos in previous games get quite aggressive with that Kraken. It's easy to get punished for doing so.
I think he's relying on the strength of Scarface here for the tenacity. Like, he's probably trying to capitalize on these wipes for more special. Spaceman does pull out the heavy deco though, which is going to be, or he may have used that last game as well.
No,
Which
he
is
was
going to be
Carbon last game.
it's going to be a very strong suppressive tool for Scarface in this game.
Oops, got the colours back to front. So that Rainmaker in the middle, you usually have two choices where you're going to take it.
Ooh, very nice indeed. That's 3 down. Two because of Arcos's nice brushwork there. That's going to give an opening for Double D to get control of the mid.
Well, Sicky's still hanging out on the far side of the platform. Double D not picking up the Rainmaker after popping it. They may have someone...
That aggression you were talking about earlier, yeah, that just happened again.
Yeah.
That was not a very smart play against that Luna.
And we did see, instead of picking up the Rainmaker, everyone was trying to get their specials off. So I saw Ninkzuka happen on the left. It is sitting open and vulnerable, and that is never something that you want to have with the Rainmaker, because the other team is just going to capitalize on that, grab it, and move in with it.
Arcos is not having a good game today.
Oh.
That was some very nice Kraken movement on such narrow geometry, but their slide off into the water is not fun.
Yep. Yeah, so we did see Double D unfortunately left the Rainmaker there for so long. One thing I know when I play with and against Dementio and is that he is, unlike Archaeos, a very passive player. So there's some interesting dynamics with this team. Okay, Double D get the reset, so that is jumping off the edge of the screen. Mahi with those points where you can jump off obviously means that a reset is quite easy.
Yeah, you can just dive into the water with whilst holding the fish, and that will on your side of the map, and that will count as a reset.
Yep. So if you lose the Rainmaker on your side of the map, it goes to the middle. If you lose it while making a push, it will stay where it is. And some teams find that obviously stopping it from going any closer to their base is favourable. It's better than staying alive. Archaeos puts himself in position to not stop the Rainmaker there.
That could have been a potentially fatal mistake there, as the fish does slip right past him, but the rest of his team was very diligently watching that side there and makes up for that. Does wrestle control back of middle in the process, but to be quite honest, Double D are sort of on a losing footing here. They don't really have a lot of very good control here. They're not able to maintain the map in their colour at all. And if they do get their side back, they still have to fight through the other side. And by the time they get to that, you know, Scarface is already back.
Yep.
And it's another 3 down. Double D are just struggling to get that control.
So they're prioritizing, you know, clearing out the enemy team over moving the Rainmaker right now. And that's the right play to make if you can pull it off. But unfortunately now Scarface is moving in. They have dropped the water. Archaeos left as, you know, out of position.
There,
yeah. Oh, that Kraken
the Kraken deny there, which is very nice there by Arcos. But
we're seeing the Rainmaker come in.
It's very, very dire now at this point.
Yep.
Oh, and another 2-DOS jump. Oh, dear.
Oh, we've all done that. Don't worry.
Arcos is just not having a good game. He's pretty much being shut out, and his aggression is not paying off. Oh, very lucky kill with the Kraken there. They do manage to just grab the fish to trigger the overtime, but they just don't have the control in its game.
Ooh, yeah.
That was a very lucky Kraken kill. I have no idea how that happened.
Well, he aimed for the suction bomb and managed to get the kill on the squid as well. Yeah. I'm going to delay you a bit more because apparently you're still ahead. That makes it a bit awkward for me to talk though, because then I'll probably be talking over the top of you.
Yeah, I can't. I'm afraid of delaying the stream on my end again because I'll probably get another ad.
Yep. All right, so we are headed. It's what was it? I've forgotten now. Too much excitement. Piranha tower control.
Delay by another delay it by 3.5.
Yeah, I just add another 3 seconds.
Coolio.
Which is going to make our conversations really weird now, because when we're talking to one another, your suggestions are going to come through, then my answer, and then...
Well, wait 3 seconds. It's still going to be awkward. Didn't know FLC had 2 twins commentator. That's because we're all Australian and this is an Australian tournament.
I'm going to check which... I don't know whether through live stream or whether I can check which server I'm on.
Do what you can. All right, so game 3
It's really weird that you're coming through first, considering that you're in Europe. So
it's probably that superior internet connection. Ooh, okay.
Okay, I'm just going to watch on my other thing, and...
I do spy a custom range blaster and an E-leader on Scarface. Both very solid picks on Piranha Pit. And Scarface start off with a very, very strong opening. They get the complete team wipe, and the tower is moving fast.
Yep. So we know the tower does move faster with more players on it. And getting that wipe means that you can put all your players on it. Archaeos does pick off one of the stray...
that is a disgusting
Scarface players, but Spaceman comes in with the Kraken and comes in on top of him.
Yeah, there's about 19 points of special saver. And
I didn't catch it.
That's a fairly disgusting build. For those that don't know, Custom Range Blaster is light depletion special, which means you only lose 40% of your special charge upon splat. And Special Saver reduces that even further. It's even possible to have enough Special Saver to lose 0% of your special upon splat. So...
Yep. Come in, like, some tournaments have taken to running without, with limited amounts of quick respawn allowed, and that's when you see the Special Saver come out. And
it pretty much means that you have a
in this case, it's also proving quite effective.
Available to you at all times. And yes, like, oh, Kraken, I hear it in the voice comms there. Kraken, get back.
All right, Archaeos does pick off Siki finally. So getting rid of that charger who was quite forward.
It's
They've
still
got 3
enough
down,
for them
but the
to try
delta
and
is,
get a little
not
bit of a
great.
push going and threaten them. Pops the Kraken as well. A very nice double kill.
Oh, a bit of teamwork there. Unfortunately, the special plus the charger looking at the tower means that Archaeos is left on his own and they're not able to make much of a push. It's a bit unfortunate that he wasn't able to get that the pre-Kraken kill off and then the following one in a bit more graceful
It was a bit unfortunate
arc,
there that
because
there
I
was
think
a
that caused
very
troubles
quick
for his
3-player
team.
down on Team Double D there during that push. But right now, I mean, it's 49 to 61. Like, neither of these are particularly strong pushes. Arcos's aggression, unfortunately, is not helping him at all here. Once again, getting completely shut down by the CRB. I think he needs to reconsider the way he's approaching this game, especially when rolling out from the spawn. Does scare the charger away though, so
We are seeing Scarface, improve on their previous lead now. So this is where you start panicking, and Archaeos has been left out of position. They've only got one person riding the tower while, the team took out the other 3. They got maybe a free 15, 20 points out of that. So, focusing on the objective is just as important as getting those kills. And sometimes you're stuck making that choice.
Apparently the delay has become
which thing
absurd.
do you need to focus on?
What I will do once this game ends is I'll actually try and see if I can delay the stream for about 6 seconds, and that way you can try and adjust my mic that way. But getting down to crunch time here, and it's not looking good for Team Double D. That very unfortunate indeed. Oops. Oops. Yes. Please point it out. Unfortunately, this is some of the limitations we have to work with this kind of tournament. Given the fairly limited ability to commentate and stream games within Splatoon. Sounds good. I'll just delay their game by good. It doesn't look like we've got anyone, unfortunately. Perfect time for me to make a coffee, although it's coming up to like 4:30 a.m. here, so I'm actually 4:30 a.m. So I'm starting to work. I'm starting to wake up.
Well, he's happy to help us commentate, so we really appreciate that.
Yeah, I'll be upset if winners at E3 get like copies of Splatoon 2 or something, but that's a bridge to cross another time.
I'm gonna see whether... No, we've got nothing there.
Yeah, this for those that are commenting in the chat, this started at 2 a.m. local time, and I woke up at 1 a.m. to get up for this. So
it's just like being back at home and playing in American tournaments, right?
oh god, don't remind me. 3 a.m. start for Inkstorm. Never again.
Yep. Oh, my stream overlay also didn't update. I'm going to update the scores there. I think if Double D are doing any other matches, we'll stay with them. I think the next matches should be happening in about half an hour. I'm going to go through the bracket and see if there's any status updates. We should be starting to see some, like, who's going to come out. That should start emerging. Let's see. So we've got Scarface undefeated in Group A.
Oh, very nice.
Coming second are Bamboo Bandits, who haven't completed their round 3 game yet. Let's have a look. So Bamboo Bandits are going to face off against Double D in round 5. So that could be a deciding match for this group. Cuddlestrophe, which I always struggle to say, have gotten their first win. So they're at 2 loss, 1 win. Incredibles still at 2 losses, and Spider Squad at 3 losses. In Group B, All the Best have 4 wins under their belt. I expect they just had a bye this round. Oh no. So All the Best will be going up against Riptide in round 4.
Nice.
Riptide also undefeated with 3 wins. Obviously the buys came out a bit interestingly there. Squid Life Crisis at 2 wins, 2 losses. Not So Fresh at 1 win, 1 loss. 2118 Carlos Splatters at 1 win, 3 losses. And that group has a bye, so poor Group B bye, which isn't a real team, looked a bit defeated there. It's okay, they're not a real team. Squids with Guns in Group C with 4 wins. Blue Ringed Octolings with 4 wins. I think we're planning on streaming that. That one is our next match. Sea Scrubbers, 2 wins, 1 loss. Squid Hero 4, 1 win, 2 losses. Noob Surprise at 1 win, 3 losses. And in Group D, Haley's Comets, 3 wins. Part-Time Pirates also at 3 wins and 1 loss, but I think they did lose their head-to-head against Haley's Comets. I'll double check.
Yes, that's correct.
Yep. Ink Pals at 2 wins, 1 loss, and Squid Squad at 2 wins, 1 loss. And finally, Splatbreakers at 1 win, 3 losses. So Group D has actually been probably the most evenly matched group out of all of these. We're seeing wins scattered throughout there.
I have to say that Squids with Guns in Group C is probably the biggest surprise upset so far.
Squids with Guns were coming in, I think, a bit demotivated because they've been scrimming against Bro. So when they saw they were in the same group as Bro, they weren't too excited by that. But I think they've proven that, they're worthy of going up against Bro, which will be the next match, I think.
Sounds good.
There's a bit of drama there as well. So team captain Thomas Fire, I think, he actually lives near or around Mackay, which is where Cyclone Debbie was this last weekend, and he lost power yesterday. We actually didn't know if he was going to get power back in time for this tournament, and I'm pretty sure he's very glad that they have gotten that power back.
So it's not the sort of thing that you want to happen. It's just like, oh, great, guys, I can't play in this tournament because of a stupid weather event. Like, great, thanks.
And all credit to that team. I think they are also a pickup group, so they're not a team that tends to play together. They formed for this tournament, so equally impressive there. And I did like seeing the dynamic when they didn't know whether Thomas was going to come back.
Yes, you did not just do that.
Did he just super jump into...
He super jumped to a beacon, which was on the grates, and squidded into the water.
Oops.
Hess, please. Stop two-dossing.
Let's have a look. Yeah, so Team Double D are actually going to need to beat Bamboo Bandits, I reckon, is probably their closest competition. And it's going to be really hard. If Bamboo Bandits beats Scarface, we'll have potentially a 3-way playoff there to resolve. Let me see who else is. Are matches going ahead or not? I want to feature Bro next, if possible.
I'm getting confused who's on who. Is that
Bicky Bird?
Alright, I'll start that stream up. It looks like it's restarting.
Okay.
Yes, for those of you who may not know, just to explain some of the lingo, Tudos is a well-known sort of Splatoon player from America, I believe, the United States. Unfortunately, he's sort of become well-known for regularly diving into the water on stages for no apparent reason, which sort of became a term that, you know, if you just dive off the stage into the water, it became doing a two-dos. So that's where that term comes from.
Looks like Bro is squatting right now, so I'm just gonna...
Not familiar with some of the Splatoon community lingo.
The other one that's useful to know is sharking. Obviously, sharking means something different in Splatoon from what you might think.
Yes.
To be a shark is to sit around in ink, waiting stealthily, and then new Jaws style. Sneak up behind the enemy squids and pick them off. Oh, Double D is starting up soon. Which game is that going to be? There's too many good matches on. They all finished too quickly last time, and now...
But yeah, sharking very much is letting people feel confident in their pushes, the claim control, but you stealthily hiding around, waiting to exploit them.
Okay, Double D have a lobby up. So, wow. Bicky Bird is not finding a match. This has sat here for ages.
Oh, the timer flipped up.
Yeah, but it's extraordinary. Okay, I gotta swap these streams over a second time. And everyone has different resolutions. This is better. So was it worth getting up early for this, Toad?
So far, I would say so. I haven't received any complaints from waking anyone up knocking on my door, so I consider that a good outcome. So far.
Cool.
I should be safer the closer we get to 6 a.m.
Let's see, we've got Sputter Squad, and this is round 4. And then I'm going to keep Angela on in the background.
As I said, I'm happy to be participating with this for the Australian community. As I said, I am Australian. I think you can tell by my voice that I am Australian. I just happen to no longer live in Australia due to personal circumstances of employment. So, unfortunately, I've been basically shortchanged out of pretty much every major regional tournament. Can't play in the European one because I'm not an EU citizen and don't have residence. I can't play in the American one for obvious reasons, and I can't play in the Australian one. So
we'll have you here on the stream, Toad. You belong somewhere.
Do I?
I got to get, this is Group A. For all of my trying to get stream software to make everything easier, I'm still so confused by everything going on.
No, don't remind me. This is another one of those limitations we talk about regarding Splatoon streaming and commentating.
Let's just see. Who are we waiting on?
It does still look like they're waiting for the last 8th player to join that lobby before things get underway.
Keep an eye on Bicky Bird as well. Cool. So going into round 4, this is we're looking right now at Double D versus Splatter Squad. If you want to watch some of the other players today, so the players that I know of that are streaming today, I will put all of their channels into the Twitch chat right now. So if I can...
Just to clear up the confusion here, AEL is not associated with this stream. This is a community-run stream that is neither officially endorsed nor affiliated with Nintendo or AEL. Just to put that out there again, it was at the very start of the stream, but for those that missed it, yes, this is an unofficial stream. We currently have no idea what plans AEL has for as far as official casting goes or for the grand final. But yeah, if they do, details will be coming in the coming weeks.
Well, we hope that they'll come out, at least for the winning teams. Even if the rest of us are locked out and they just put the teams into a shipping container to play off the finals. I'm sure we'll learn about that at some point. But
so just a quick check. What time are you at? What time are you at right now?
Yep, I'm at 10, 9, 8.
Okay,
7.
so I'm about 3 seconds ahead.
Okay, 3 seconds.
And it restarted, and I got an ad. Great.
All right. Well, we got tower control on Black Belly.
I do notice though that Arcos has gone with the bucket, in addition to a carbon on that compo as well. So definitely trying to exploit the CQC or close quarters combat. Yep. Yes, of that this map affords.
What we might do is, I won't delay you this time, but Double D have taken a quick, triple kill, triple splat there. I guess it's splats in this game, not kills.
We might actually be synced.
Oh.
This time. So they're currently at about 55 points.
Okay, I am still behind you. So what I'll do is I'll lead. We'll talk more generally about the game rather than specific exchanges. Okay. And then you can remember what happened and comment on them in retrospect. So Archaeos does get a double kill with his bubble. We've just seen the bubble finish. His team is just able to solidly sit on that tower. Even though 3 of them came forward, Cackle is pushing, and she has her Inkzuka. So that is a wipe there for Double D.
That was a fairly quick game.
Quick one. I'm pretty keen to swap over after this to see Bro versus Squids with Guns. So I reckon we got to... They're still appearing to be in solo queues, so, in squad queues, so we might get 2 matches in for this round.
Okay, I think I got away with a 3-second delay on the stream here. Unfortunately, because we're all watching the stream being broadcast on Twitch, but the delay between the viewers is out of sync, which we have no control over.
All right, they've just gone through 2 teams.
Yep.
Yep.
I'm at 55.
Okay, you are still a bit ahead of me.
Oh, for goodness sake.
That's okay. Don't worry too much. I'll call it as I see it, and then you just be like, yeah, that was great, or that was bad. Yeah. We make do.
No, it's pausing it is unfortunately not delaying it. It just keeps refreshing it. So I actually might be increasing my speed ahead.
Let's see if I can get some more of
So
these
I'll
links,
try
which
and
I
hold off
promised
on my
people.
commentary for about maybe about 5 seconds or so before it actually happens.
You have to keep all of the exciting things to yourself.
I'll let you lead. How's that sound?
Yep. All right. So we're just going in now to this is game 2, which is Splat Zones on Salt Spray. The only kosher mode for this map, and people still feel a little iffy about that. Dementia pulls out a Bamboozler, much shorter range than what he's normally runs.
Bamboo is a very awkward pick for this map. It's not a very strong weapon on Salt Spray.
All right, so we've got that trade there. The Splatshot Junior and Archaeos, not doing much there. Splatter Squad ahead of the respawn wave, but suddenly 2 down very quickly and wiped now. So that should be a cap for Double D.
They do have control. They are really getting control of the centre back as well, which is a very strong position on this stage. Arcos doing some nice work here with the Famizap or the NZAP 83. Famizap coming from Famicom, since it's inspired by that. But doing some very nice work here, pressuring the enemy team.
An interestingly placed pair of whales. Obviously, Splatter Squad have broken through to the other side and are here again to meet Archaeos, but still not able to coordinate to get this zone cap. So we're seeing the timer just tick away, and at this point, it's really panic mode. There's nothing you can do except just hope.
Yeah, that's quite unfortunate.
So that
for
is
Splatter Squad anyway.
Yep, game 2 to Double D. Should I be pause play? And then I'll be behind. This is a clever idea. Let's see if this works.
Yes, because if you're behind and you pause play restart, it should try and bring you further ahead.
We'll see whether it... Okay. Someone's clever.
Hopefully.
We are to Rainmaker on Hammerhead. Is it? I have too many windows open. I don't even have the map list open anymore. Alright, 60, 59, 58.
That's better. I'm at 50.
Okay. Hang on. 53. Hang on. No, that doesn't work, does it?
As I said, I'll let you lead. How's that sound?
Maybe I'll... 38, 37, 36.
Nah, still 10 seconds.
Alright, hang on. I'll just quickly, before they start, get up. Oh, there's a magic game behind that game. Ignore it. I have too many windows open. Dear. Oh no, come on, quickly. Alright, we got...
I will just give the quick call outs here that Double D is running with a Bamboo, NZAP 83, a Tri-Slosher Norval, which is an interesting pick. And I didn't catch the 4th weapon. Hang on.
Octobrush Nouveau. I think they're mixing up their weapons, Nouveau. So they've sort of swapped over to weapons that the others might play a bit, I think.
Custom Jet, regular Dual Squelcher, a 96 Deco.
52 Deco, I think.
Oh, 52 Deco, okay.
Yep, so that is the Seeker and Ink Strike.
Yes.
And I think many people will be happy to see that the decos were featured in one of the recent promotional images for Splatoon 2. Double D get that initial pop on the fish, but Lisa manages to come in and get Dr. Archaeos there. We are seeing Spider Squad get the first grab, but it's very yellow. I don't think they're going to make much progress here, so it's time to regroup a bit. That unfortunate dual squelcher jumped in and did get. He was between the Rainmaker shield and other fire. So Archaeos just coming up the bridge here gets one splat on the bridge.
Not looking good here for Splatters at all. This is a very, very dominant position.
We're seeing Spider Squad try and come up from the side, but unfortunately Archaeos saw them, was able to just stop them there, and this is looking very much like this is the time to get on the pedestal.
That's a wipe. That's over.
And you actually saw that, actually quite clever. We saw a squid explode just in front of Archaeos, managed to body block the fire coming in. So that is, I think, a 3-0, and I'm going to quickly try and see whether Bro are playing their match now, because that's...
Oh, I think they are.
Okay. Time to get on that. We should have staggered the matches in the schedule, huh? We'll know for next time.
No, well, I mean, that would have been nice for us, but since AEL wasn't really,
They weren't planning on running a stream, so it's easier to have everyone do their matches in sync.
Yeah.
Alright, so we are seeing the start of, and I'll update the overlays in a little bit, but this is Blue Ringed Octolings versus Squids with Guns. And we can see that Squids with Guns has set... Oh, no, sorry, that Bro has set an initial lead here. Let's go, it's the green-purple, isn't it?
Out of curiosity, what's your timer sitting at?
1 second,
right
and I'll
now?
tell you what I'm done with. 41:40.
Oh, well, that's actually quite close.
Yay!
I'm at 33, so I'm not that far behind. I'm not that far ahead.
All right, Angela just got a triple, I think, and she unfortunately was not able to deploy the Kraken to pick off the last one, but still made made the opening for her team.
Yeah, exactly. Because what that's done, that's completely distracted the focus of the team and go in there and allowing them to push the tower very strongly.
Oh, that whale, unfortunately, just a little bit behind. Angela did have to dodge to get around it, but
it's not enough though, because it's the tower just gets ahead, and that's game.
I think I've finally gotten everything in order. So I think that was game 1 that we've just seen, so we haven't missed too much.
I think the fatigue of waking up so early had just started to kick in.
To be honest, a lot of people were saying that they, had nerves and jitters and woke up really early this morning for this tournament, just feeling like, oh, we have to play. So you're not too far behind the players, I don't think. Yep, Splat Zone, Salt Spray, Rig. I think Bro's normal lineup is going to be very strong on this map.
There is definitely the E-leader here, which is very strong on this map. I must say, though, that the pick of the Bamboo for Double D in the earlier game paid off for them in the end. But you really want a more traditional charger for this map.
I think if you know that the other team isn't going to be bringing their own charger, it's fine to bring a Bamboozler or a Squiffer.
Dynamo and Custom Dual Squelcher from Squids with Guns. CDS is something I don't see very often.
All right, so...
But Vicky Bird here going straight for the north.
And she's going to be setting up beacons all over there and charging her first Kraken, I expect.
Yeah.
Bro have gotten their second triple, I think, there. Not sure. Overlapping.
Oh, that would have to be the first, considering the opening. Still, that puts Bro... sorry, not Bro. Is it?
Yep,
sorry,
we're watching Bro at the moment.
Yes,
and
that puts Bro in a very nice position to start off with.
that Whalen ink strike pressure was intense, but Angela pops her Kraken to get through it, and her teammates are able to just back her up there.
Another solid triple there, and the ink strike also being fired off to secure the zone as well. This is some very nice coordination. And those beacons, I believe, are paying off.
Yep, definitely. I think there's the intimidation factor here, because we know that squids with guns have been able to do quite well in this bracket, but when there's only so few teams in this Australian region, everyone's screaming against each other in the lead up. There's that mental hurdle to overcome as well.
This is true.
Unfortunately, I think that's EXO and Bad Smell, I think Bad with Dogs. Everyone sort of put an emphasis on picking off Angela, and she was able to say no to all of them.
This could
flip. Come on.
Oh!
So Bro's mistake here was leaving that zone neutral the whole time, getting a bit greedy for the splats. And now we're seeing squids with guns have worked out. Yes, there are beacons up here. We are going to punish you for using them.
Yeah, that's a very nice comeback here by Squids with Guns. Very pleased to see that clutch cap.
Yep, and that clever play just to prevent them from coming in. Unfortunately, here is the question: is can they get the cap back? Setting a penalty, as we said, is not good enough.
It does look
so good
like
play from the
they
Dynamo, but unfortunately not able to splat Angela, and she gets, I think that was the dual squelcher as well. Squids with Guns, you know, despite Bro having the beacon, Squids with Guns have also set up north quite strongly, but in doing so, they haven't been able to get on the point to neutralize it, so we are almost out of time now.
Yeah. I think Squids with Guns there got a little too focused on the north there. They saw that the beacon strategy was working very nicely for Bro, and they figured they would emulate that once they got control of the north, forgetting that you can't all be in the north to try and push. To try and push mid. And I think that was their fatal flaw there, that they also, yes, we have the north, let's all go there. Now there's no one to push the other side.
Yes, exactly. Keeping everything in balance and making sure that there is pressure in both directions. Even though they actually were able to keep things, you know, a little bit busy up north, that didn't translate to actually being able to hold the zone, or you know, get the zone. So we are headed to game 3.
To their credit, though, they did claim the north, so that does show that they have the potential to break through Bro's defenses.
Yes.
So, Ladia is switching to the Hydra.
Oh, this is unusual for her, I think.
Disgusting weapon on this map. It's disgusting.
It really is. Alrighty, just to see whether we're still in sync. I'm no timer yet. We'll get there. So we've got Jet Squelcher, Tri-Slosher, Tent Attack, and did you catch back left?
Yeah, Dynamo.
Okay, great. Bit of potential there, but I think it's still Bro's lineups.
Dynamo will be the key.
Yeah. Well, there we go. So we're seeing that Bad Smell gets Angela. The Tempered, is great. Seekers on this map when the other team are trying to come up the bridges. There's not a lot of places for the Rainmaker to just scurry off to the sides. Seeker pressure is good to have.
Well, the other thing, of course, is that you've got the reduced mobility on the bridge as well, which helps a lot. And the double bomb kill!
Yeah, just when I got some frame drops too, unfortunately. So, not sure do they have Jet Squelcher? Is it the one with Splash Wall? Was that a bomb against a Splash Wall or something? Because that came out very
I
suddenly.
thought that. I'm pretty sure that was a custom jewel squelcher though,
Ah,
not
okay.
a vanilla.
Yep. Fair enough. And we are seeing, obviously, Angela, again, with what we were talking about, walking on the bridges, having the pressure to not be able to just run around. She has swapped to Octobrush Nouveau. Much better for this final push.
Nice Zuka.
So here we
Nice
go.
Zuka.
That is basically their opening there, and that is the game. And in fact, the set for Bro.
That Zuka was pretty much the break they needed to go for that final push. That was a very, very good pick there to swap to the Norval.
Yep. I think Bro has been working very well on their team compositions in the last few weeks. We've seen a pretty consistent pattern out of them in terms of having the ability to pin down other players with either point sensor or echolocator, the ability to have the right kind of pressure, whether that be Inkzuka or Kraken, and they have a good range, like spread of ranges from melee up to E-leader. So.
Catching up a bit late on Nicosaur. Hydra is a disgusting weapon on every map. This is true, but it's particularly disgusting on Hammerhead. So, but very good job to Bro. Going for the 3-0. Unfortunate luck there for Squids with Guns after their very strong performance in the bracket set. Just was not enough to come up against Bro, despite shackling their control at least a few times. So,
Okay, so I'm just gonna see. Is anyone else streaming? Yes, I'm gonna hop over to Calamar Cat.
Calamar Cat.
Oh, either.
If
you want, you can tell me what FLC's doing, and I can stream Calamar Cat, and then the delay won't matter as much.
This is one of the few, basically the only team where we have two perspectives.
Okay, let me swap over titles and everything. So this is game 2, I think, since we're on Salt Spray zones.
Mm-hmm.
So let's just get things updated.
Not that you can see it because it's still getting worked out, but FLC is doing some very nice work here with the Dynamo. Being very aggressive, but also choosing his battles wisely with his positioning. He's not getting too greedy to force him. Oh, well, actually, he did get a bit greedy there.
Meanwhile, we're watching Calamar Cat holding the T-junction block in the middle, just over the zone, and it's looking very purple up by the zone.
Ah, yes. This is some very nice control indeed here. Does look like there might be a little bit of contesting here, though.
But when everyone is pointing at the zone, you can come up behind them quite easily. So while they were able to neutralize it, they weren't able to turn around and pick off the attacks from Riptide. Now,
and the pretty much that control just held and then went straight to game.
Okay, so this is Group B, I think, and we are watching Riptide versus All the Best. So All the Best are so far undefeated in the bracket.
Well, at the very least, that's definitely a win. At least one win for Riptide.
I'm just going to put it in with a question mark because we're not sure.
2.
Maybe I should put it as 1, but... so Rainmaker, Hammerhead, Bridge. Again, we're seeing that Octobrush Nouveau, I think, pick.
Yes, that's coming from Button. going with the Melval. Very interesting that there's similar strategy there to Bro. I think they understand the importance of the bazooka there, along with the Octobrush's ability to control the mid. The rest of the composition seems very solid as well, with the Zinc Mini on FLC. And Gabe, once again, going for the CRB.
Wondering whether I should be getting... I don't know whether there's any team audio, so unfortunately I'll keep the audio down. Right, I see Junior Berry in the back. Did you catch anything else?
Give me a sec.
That's all right.
A vanilla splatter shot and a roller looked like the Crack-On, but couldn't be sure. Crack-On would actually make a lot of sense for this map, for the beacons.
Well, unfortunately, Tex does get picked off there. And we are seeing that 3 triple splat.
Oh no.
Meaning that we are just coming straight up that middle bridge again. And I think people jumped a little bit deep there. So this is decimation from Calamarcat.
Oh no. I think this is it. This could be it.
Here comes the Zuka. And that bomb unfortunately picks off Calamarcat. And that Rainmaker push is finally stopped at 20. Very respectable.
No. They've got the white. That's it.
That's it.
That's game. It was a disgustingly strong display.
Yep. All right, we will wait and see whether this lobby stays up.
Absolutely no mercy at all. Complete flattening.
So we are seeing Riptide take the 3rd game, and we'll just see whether they're going to play another one or not. No, so that is game 3. I'll just put that in. So let's see if anyone else is. Let's see, we've seen Bro versus... Oh goodness, I'm fading too, and it's not even like 5 AM here, unlike unlike over in France. Let's have a look whether I can put on anything else. What's on in the background? Nope, that is not.
I think I closed test stream as well. Oops.
So this was round 4. Yep. I think all of the teams are done with their round 4 matches. See what it looks like in challenge. That one's done. That one's done.
We have passed the top of the hour, which should allow us to start for the next set.
Oh yeah, yep. So next set should be up shortly. Now my plan for this one was to stream Haley's Comets versus Ink Pals. Obviously that one will be happening from inside my house, but we might have some other matches to show as well. Let's have a look if there's any tiebreaker matches or anything of interest.
This time I'll be the one delayed.
Let's have a look. Has this updated or not? Bamboo Bandits versus Double D will be a deciding game for that bracket, I think. If Bamboo Bandits wins that, then they'll be through to the top cut. If Double D wins that, then we get an interesting situation in that pool, because it will mean that we have a 3-way head-to-head between Scarface, Double D, and Bamboo. Oh, no, sorry. We'll have... Scarface will probably, based on what we've seen from the other teams, I expect that they'll be winning their next match. If Bamboo Bandits loses this one, there'll be a weird dynamic between Double D and themselves. But I think... Let's have a look. Oh, we're waiting on the results from Bamboo Bandits versus Scarface as well. So
very well.
Yep. I'm just going to take a quick break, and I'll be back shortly.
Fair enough.
See you all again soon.
Do I have to carry again? Maybe. But yes, I find your point there, Doorman, fascinating, about the patience of lobby simulator training. We don't know what happened. Don't know what happened at all. So, yes, we're just watching Riptide do squads whilst they wait. Dedicated to keeping up their game whilst they wait for their next round. Shush, Blue, please. Okay, looks like the rotation has shifted over the course of the tournament, which is somewhat fortunate. So we're still not watching tower control on Hammerhead. We've got, yes, we've got Calamar Cat's perspective. So that's good. So that way I'm not commenting on FLC. Oh, no, wait. Okay, it's been pulled off the stream. Never mind.
Alright, I'm back and I'm just going to put some final matchups for this round up so that people can see which lineups will be up next.
Mm-hmm.
Can you ban the chat troll?
Oh, I need to find... Yep.
You've been talking to him the whole time.
Give me 1 second.
Yeah, I think we might need a little bit of something.
Yep, I'm coming.
Hmm. Where are your controls? Yeah. Let me. Oh, we're also currently top stream in Splatoon. Woo!
Give me 1 second. Hey, I'm unmuted. We have Double D versus Bamboo Bandits coming up in Group A. Splatter Squad versus Incredibles, and Scarface versus Cuttlestrophe, the one that I still have trouble saying. I'll let you check out their lineups and then go through the next one. So there will be. So, Scarface again, Scarth, Sicky, Jaffa, and Spaceman. And on Cuttlestrophe, Jelly, Gookie, Kit, and Katie.
Ooh.
And then Splatter Squad versus Incredibles. I think those teams are probably pretty well matched. So unfortunately, we won't be able to see that one.
No, sadly.
In Group B, All the Best against Squid Life Crisis, Riptide versus Not So Fresh, and Carlo Splatters get their bye. In Group C, Blue Ringed Octolings versus Sea Scrubbers, Squids with Guns get their bye, and Squid Hero 4 will play a Noob Surprise. Finally, in Group D, once my cat gets off my keyboard, Haley's Comets versus Ink Pals, Spike Breakers get their bye, and Squid Squad will play Part-Time Pirates. Let's have a look. We've got... I'm just going to see whether Haley's Comets is ready yet for theirs. Where's Splat Friends? Squid Squad, no? What's it called? Ink Pals, that's it. Everyone's a friend, a pal, a squid, or a kid in this game.
Or salty.
Let's have a look.
Squid Squad. Watching Haley's Comets is possible since Alley Cat does have access to an internal stream.
Looks like they're still in Turf War, so that one hasn't started yet. Or possibly... Okay, I'll just peek in on the other streams and see how we're going.
That sounds like a plan.
Looks like everyone's playing Turf War. No, hang on, this one's got a Rainmaker.
Riptide are playing squads.
Yep. Let's have a look. I should have a stream from Bicky Bird here somewhere. Is it not running?
Doesn't look like it.
Alright.
At least not right now.
And... let's just see, and Double D not currently streaming. So we'll just stick with this Turf War for now.
Fair enough.
But I expect there should be matches underway soon. We'll find out. I think we're actually overdue to start round 5, or did we finish round 4 really early? Oh, we did.
Well, it's one of the two. Oh wait, are you kidding? So like it doesn't start for another hour?
Yeah, we'll put some stuff on. That's fine.
Maybe this would be the best time for me to try and never mind. I was about to say maybe play some of those remix beats, but Yeah, but if I go nap, I might not wake up.
Well, for this match, I might get Nico on to help commentate as well because he'll be in the room. That will help.
Ah, I see.
Not that I'm kicking you out or anything, but if you did fall asleep, I wouldn't be completely stuck. Let's put it that way. Don't
Okay.
feel bad. But it's been really great today. I'm really happy seeing all the teams. I don't know.
Well,
I think
it's been a good. It's been a good turnout. At least. Like only one team's dropped for whatever reason or another, so that's encouraging.
Yeah, I really think the Oceanic community is something really special for Splatoon. It's been really, really cool being a part of this.
Well, I mean, you guys were pretty much the ones that sort of started it, really, and got it going, so...
Well, there had to be the players around to want to play, so, maybe we did some stuff, but the players have all come, so that's what's important.
Yep. No, that's good. And hopefully we can stick together.
Alright, so, if you want to come hang out with us a bit more, we do have a Discord. It should be linked under the video. I'm going to see whether someone else has a match on to feature. Oh, that one's paused. What if I hit play? Oh, that looks quite far behind.
Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry.
Tiredness is setting in, huh?
It's time for another coffee. Time to harass the NSTC coffee bill. How far behind is this stream with Calamar Cat? It's like 3 minutes behind.
Yeah, I just paused it earlier and hit play, so that's why.
You were lucky you didn't get the reload. That's nice.
Oh no, I'm so if for those of you who do want to watch streams, you can watch it straight in VLC with the right setup. So that's what I'm doing today. So with the help of there's a tool called Live Streamer. It's very handy for when you're trying to do these restreams. Obviously, a browser tends to be very resource intensive, and video is not one of the kindest things. So being able to capture things from a VLC window as opposed to a browser window, very handy.
I should look into that.
It's possible that we're getting served different streams as well because of it. Alright, Double D will be up in a minute as well, so we'll have people playing soon.
Awesome. That actually would explain a lot as well, so yeah.
Oh, okay, that stream has paused out, so let's see if I turn this one off. That one's in standby. I have to catch up with everyone now.
Oh no.
Double D will almost have a game.
Almost.
Oh, they're not in yet. I'll just wait for them to get past the password screen. Hey.
Thank you.
There we go. And I think Hess is in chat. So is this your group 5 game? Round 5 game? Looks like it. Oh, those in-game names don't look familiar. I'll swap all the names over again. Oh, and Vicky Bird's streaming as well. Everyone started streaming all at once.
Very good. We have something to work with.
Alright, so at the moment I'm watching Hess.
Yep. With the countdown timer, I'm at 22.
Oh, hang on. I'm a little bit behind you still. Oh no,
Ah.
21, 20. Teeny bit
14,
behind.
13. Yeah, okay, not so bad.
I have to remember that the
This is
window
gonna be
capture
one of-
is just a little bit
This
slower
is going
than
to be one of the good things with Splatoon 2 spectator mode. We won't have these massive desyncs.
Okay, and we are Rainmaker on Museum. I love Rainmaker on Museum. There's some interesting, routes that you can take on this map.
I agree. Yeah, that's definitely true, and I think it rewards good play and good control. I mean, any map does, but I feel this one in particular rewards that in addition to some very sneaky movement tactics as well.
Yep. So we are seeing Archaeos again with the Octobrush. Manages to get into the pit there, and even with the assisting fire from the teammate, they weren't able to save that. The pop took a while to happen. Both teams, I think, emphasized that bubble there, but only Double D were able to take advantage of the fact that people were distracted. Archaeus pops a Kraken, but is repelled, and his potential targets have bubbles, so he's turned around and has been picked off. Is the Rainmaker still open at this point?
The shield is... Yeah, the shield's down.
So, we are seeing them take advantage of that, moving it just slightly.
Yeah. Double D coming in nice to shut that push down very quickly. And to his credit this game, Arcos's aggression is actually paying off this time.
Oh, this is, right, this was the deciding game that we were going to get excited about because it's Bamboo Bandits versus who are sitting with the same winless record.
Wait, huh? Oh, okay,
so.
that was a really weird point calculation right there.
Alright, good push here. That Kraken support unfortunately picked off there, but the 57 for getting up on top of that ledge.
They do get it to 57, which is, it's an okay lead. They do get wiped though, but of course Bamboo Bandits have to obviously now use this opportunity to get control. Oh, is this not Bamboo Bandits?
No,
okay.
I believe this is Bamboo Bandits. Or is it? Yeah, it should be. Is it just squads? Oh, okay. They've just found someone else to play against. It's practice.
Okay, well, this is still good.
We have content for the next half hour or so.
Yeah.
Obviously, yeah.
Did get a little aggressive there when it was so close to Kraken. Probably shouldn't have done that. With that said, though, he is doing a good job making sure that there are at least a few beacons around to try and give support for the team to maintain the map control. And the Kraken kill on the Charger just as it runs out. That was beautiful.
Yep. So obviously, as you're falling, you do not need to hit jump. You get the nice Kraken spin as a side effect as well, using that quite nicely. It's looking like they're actually being more patient in this one than some of their other games.
I think so. There was definitely a few moments earlier where Arcos was hanging around the middle rather than just diving into the enemy's base. Maybe the geometry of the map is helping with that. I don't know. But it is paying off. The trade.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate there. So sometimes on this map you'll see the Rainmaker, you know, it won't get much further than 57, but there's some interesting little hops you can make. So there's a ledge just off the spinny, we call it, like the big structure on each side of the map. And you can go from there to a 40-point spot, I think, or 40 points to go. 45, I think. Just right of where the players are now. We're seeing Team Blue come in with a great bubble, but unfortunately this overtime probably isn't going to happen for them.
Nah.
There we go. So this is good practice for Team Double D. The next match is very important to them. I'm going to see whether the results have come through in that bracket yet. So, yes. So Scarface did beat Bamboo Bandits 3-0. So Double D and Bamboo Bandits now have the same win-loss record. And they will be playing off for whoever will go through from Group A. So it'll be exciting.
Ooh, tension. Tension.
Any other updates? I think all of the other matches had resolved when we last looked. Let's have a look. In Group B, it's looking pretty likely that we have our progressing teams. So we've got Riptide and All the Best, each with 4 wins.
Yeah, I'd
And
consider
Riptide
that
has another game to play, so they may yet get another win under their belt. In Group C, let's have a look. We have 2 teams with 4 wins. I reckon, well, yeah, Bro, one of those is their bye. So, other than that, it's looking likely that Bro and Squids with Guns will be proceeding. And in Group D, as we said earlier, Group D is probably the closest bracket. We've got Haley's Comets so far undefeated, Squid Squad and Part-Time Pirates each with 3 wins, and Ink Pals with 2 wins, 2 losses. So apparently the next round for Double D will be starting early. So that's good for us.
We'll define early, like 5 minutes early, 1 minute early,
Half.
15.
Well, if they're, we'll find out. Earlier than half an hour from now, I assume.
Okay.
Because that's when it's scheduled to happen, but no reason why it can't happen now.
Well then, I'll make a coffee.
Yep. Go for it. On your competitive Splatoon coffee machine.
Still didn't get paid my $16. $4, well, $4 actually, since it had to get split between 4 people.
Oh, wow.
So, one day.
Looks like some of the other teams might be starting a little early as well. I'm going to check on some... No, that one's still Turf War. This one, Angela's still hanging around. Is this one live? Let's get the splash page ready. So once again, our round 5 matches. We have Double D versus Double D versus Bamboo. Oh, I'm fading. Help me, guys. Where did Toe go? He's making coffee. He can make me coffee too. let's see, we've got Bamboo Bandits versus Double D. In Group D, we've got Haley's Comets versus Ink Pals. In Group B, we have Riptide versus Not So Fresh. And in Group C, because I did the alphabet out of order, Blue-Ringed Octolings versus Sea Scrubbers. Other matches that will be happening. Let's see. Got All the Best up against Squid Life Crisis. Squid Hero 4 up against Noob Surprise. And finally in Group D, assuming I've done this correctly, Squid Squad versus Part-Time Pirates.
Should be good. Should be good.
Yeah, should be good. I never autosave on, so hopefully that came through correctly.
Save the best till last.
Okay, looks like they're about to get started with Double D against Bamboo Bandits. I'll just wait for them to... Oh no, hang on, I'm looking at the wrong one.
Wonder if the pressure, if both teams realise that this is the decider for
I'm
second
sure they
place.
realise. You know, when you play, you're staring at that bracket. I think that Bro are playing off right now against the Sea Scrubbers. If you're interested in watching that, you can head over to twitch.tv/BickyBird. I won't swap over quite yet because otherwise we'll end up in that fun game we were playing earlier where we're just hopping stream to stream.
Our links are in the chat.
Yes.
I could just post it.
Yep. That's great. Thank you.
That's for the Bro stream, for people that are interested.
We're just still gonna keep waiting here, getting lobby up. Let me see if I can keep an eye on what's going on here.
Ah, excellent. My coffee is ready.
Hooray!
Perfect. Okay, I'm good to go for another few hours.
I'm gonna have a peek at. Give me 1 second. Nope, still turf. Don't mind me. I only have all the windows at the moment. Yeah. So once again, this is Alley Cat streaming from Adelaide. over, our stream is simply just taking streams of other players, piped up from their internet down to our internet, and then out again to you. Joined by Toadsilly T. His internet is a bit further away than our internet, but apparently it's all connected with a series of tubes, so somehow it works out. Speaking to you from, must almost be dawn there, France. Somewhere in France.
Somewhere in France.
Not close enough to the ESL finals today.
No, it's about a 2.5 hour high-speed train.
That's a shame.
I don't have the money. It's like about €150 round trip.
Well, we'll all be watching online, I think, for that one. I would be quite excited to tune into, so you're watching right now the Best of Australia. But tonight, Australian time tonight, will be the Best of Europe. And they did yesterday, a couple of days ago, announce a playoff for America. So they're running a similar tournament, prizes, trips to E3 for that one. It's all adding up to something, isn't it?
It is. I think it is. It's interesting to note, though, that the American tournament is not sponsored by Nintendo, whereas this one is.
Ooh.
And the ESL one also is sponsored by Nintendo.
Well, maybe they don't want people
so
putting the
that's-
pieces together quite yet. Maybe Nintendo is sponsoring, but just doesn't want their name on it yet. Who is?
Seems-
Have
wouldn't
they
that-
actually said
wouldn't that
who
be
the
the s-
sponsor is?
They've said that Nintendo is not a sponsor.
Oh, not a sponsor. Oh, okay.
Yeah, like they've actually said that they are not a sponsor.
Explicitly.
So, yeah, explicitly.
Very interesting.
The one thing that is interesting, though, is that at ESL tonight, there apparently will be new footage of Splatoon 2 from the dev team.
Oh,
So
okay. I'm about
you
to.
should definitely tune into that.
Yep. Okay. Looks like Double D are just doing practice squads at the moment, so we won't put them on quite yet. Yeah, I think maybe something linked to, there was an announcement last night, new character. I think we know his English name now. Merch, is it? Has to do a lot.
Yeah, that sounds. Was it Merch? Yeah, I think
Sounds
it was-
appropriately punny.
yeah, Merch.
You know,
Yeah, urchin and merchant.
yeah, merchandise.
Yeah.
Yep.
He has the goods.
For those of you keeping up with the Bro match, I think we did just see Game 1 go to Bro. And you can watch that one at the link from Toad did pop that in the channel. We are currently waiting on Bamboo Bandits. Apparently they're not ready yet. So actually I might just stream the Bro match then, since that'll give us something
Sounds
to watch.
good.
Okay.
Sounds good
And
to me.
everyone's got bad resolution, so I think I'm going to have to resize it before we go live. Let's try that. Alrighty.
It does look like they're rolling with their classic lineup, although they have a carbon on Urchin, which is a potentially very strong weapon on this map.
I think on their team, Maddie's the most flexible player. Maddie's from New Zealand as well. So 3 are Aussies and New Zealand, spanning all of the time zones.
The only interesting weapon pick I saw on the other team was the Forge Pro. There was a lot of frame chopping, unfortunately, right?
Yeah,
right as that
I think
happened,
Angela's
so-
laptop is at its limits, so
limit.
I'll see whether I can...
Should only stream in 480p.
Yeah. Oh, you should have seen the tearing when she was trying to stream it higher last night. Not pretty.
No.
So this is Blue Ringed Octolings versus the Sea Scrubbers.
Oh, that was a nice panic crack in there. Very clutch. Oh, and the ink strike as well. Oh, that's actually a very effective ink strike use. You don't see that very often. But that was just beautifully executed.
A lot of players prefer the whale for the a tower deterrent, but Ink Strike can be just as effective. You just need to be able to be good at placing your Ink Strike in just the right spot. I think we are seeing a bro win here. There's really not much that can be done.
Yeah.
So
This looks done.
so I'm just going to see whether we can get a bit of audio from this stream or whether they've got voice comm on.
They've got
Oh,
comms.
okay. Never mind then. Bow. Going into game 3, which will be Splat Zones on Mahi. So returning to Mahi again, we did open this tournament with a Mahi game. And Bro is looking to close this leg of this tournament on a Mahi map. So we'll see whether they can do it or not. Looks like we might have some other results coming in.
Yes. SpongeBev going for the Sprinklers app with the 89.
Yes.
And Muddy going for the L3. L3 is probably a criminally overlooked weapon for its turf control. So that's and the brush as well, along with the E-leader presence, is going to be very strong for them. Don't see any range on the other team either. This is probably going to not go very well. And the Octobrush pretty much just goes in ham with the solid two kill start.
Yeah, that's very aggressive. Being on the zone, and it's a bit unavoidable in Mahi. Some of the other maps, the rule is don't hang on the zone, but with a melee weapon as well, you do need to get in there a bit. Angela does also have her Kraken as well, so if she does get stuck, she knows she can pull the panic button. So easily defending things here.
Does get the kill on the junior as well.
With the sprinkler support here, it makes recapping the middle of the map very difficult. And we are just seeing the panic movement here now with everyone trying to neutralize that zone.
You pretty much have to shoot that sprinkler down first, and that can be a real pain when you have to deal with players as well. Yeah.
That unfortunate Kraken was realized that... Yes, unfortunately fell in the water, but realized that obviously the Kraken doesn't have a lot of inking potential, so got a bit, I think, confused there, wanted to ink up the zone, and ended up sliding off. So that is a win, 3-0 to Bro, and I think that... I
just feel really bad about that Kraken just realizing the futility of life and just
unfortunately just swimming off the edge. It's very it's really hard when you're stuck in that position sometimes, being the one player of your team, you need to neutralize the zone, but you just don't have the inking potential. Alright, let's have a look what else is happening. Whoop, has this stream just wrapped up? I think Andrew just finished her stream. Bro, we're running 2v2 practice runs at the moment, so they're just practicing on Spat Zones. Oh, sorry, Double D are practicing. Let's see.
Riptide look like they're still squatting as well.
I'm going to see whether maybe we've got... Haley's Comets are still on... Turf War?
Oh dear, the resolution.
Oh boy. That's not pretty.
That's a nice corner.
That's not pretty.
That's a nice corner. I mean, that's a very nice zoom in on the game timer.
A very important thing, as you mentioned earlier in the day.
This emphasizes the importance of the timer very much.
We're just trying to teach you all important things. Alright, so this is, we're watching Double D warm-ups, I think. Oh, it's been so hard to keep up with all the action. Next time I try and restream stuff, we're going to not have all the matches starting at the same time. That'd be good.
we will try and potentially let the AEL people know, but can't make any promises of them trying to stagger things for a community stream.
Of course, they have their event to run as well. So, I'm going to have a look at the bracket. Do we have any other results?
HC versus Impulse is pretty much ready to go.
All right.
So we might as well just skip ahead to them.
Sounds like we're going to do HC versus Ink Pals.
Oh, exactly. Would you like me?
Oh, very nice.
Whatever, 'cause, oh, you're going to have it on the screen.
Yeah. Alrighty, let's do this. So we are watching. So I think Toad's going to end up quite behind for this one. Group D, round
Whatever.
5.
You just do the thing that we've been trying to do and you lead.
Yeah, something like that. And you'll have to follow now instead of being able to be ahead. So Ink Pals. I'm just going to go to the splash screen. Let's have a look who's on the team. I believe initially Stu is one of the Vux riders. He was going to try and put together a Vux team. In the end, I think he got recruited onto a team with some of his friends instead. So that is Ink Pals. Haley's Comets is actually my squad. I may be a bit biased. Y'all can keep me in check. But we have Honor from Sydney, Kioma from New Zealand, and Rose and Jupiter coincidentally from Adelaide. I did not know them before joining this squad, and it turns out that they are from Adelaide. So that's the teams. I'm hoping that lobby opens soon. We're getting loopback noise. Well, not actual loopback noise. Cool. And I'm gonna do this and see whether we're ready for a game yet. Not yet. We'll see if they can coordinate their lobby. This is this is our last chance to stream something from Group D. So I'm just going to close that again while they do the friends list stuff.
Oh no, we'll get to see who all their friends are. Quick, everyone, jot down the notes.
Yep. Double D versus Bamboo Bandits has not happened yet. I think there's a bit of questions going around about that. Everyone's going to chime in with that one. Just going to see whether this is ready yet.
Poor Stu. Stu here in the AEL Discord. This is like, remember me as a hero.
That's giving up before you've even started, Stu. Come on.
Poor Stu. He's feeling a bit crushed.
Well, Vux themselves will be running Splatoon nights on Tuesday nights as well. Will be a little less, I think, cutthroat than what today has been. So if you're interested in, being a part of the community, the Vux Discord is a great place to hang out as well. And Vux is that Discord is obviously attached to Vux.net, the Nintendo news site.
Yes, they've been running for well over a decade. I don't know how Vux does it.
It's been a bit of a muddled stream, Ladias, but, we did what we could.
Well, as we always do, really. We've got limited streams. We have desync between casters.
As always happens.
This is, as I keep mentioning, this is definitely one of the limitations of casting Splatoon tournaments and Splatoon streams is that it's
Oh, Double D is
very
also
iffy.
starting. I'm going to put a link to them in the chat. This is going to be a really good one to watch, so I would recommend you hop over there and watch them as well. But we are going to just do Haley's Comets versus Ink Pals because this is the only chance we have to stream something from Group D.
I'll keep some tabs on the Double D match, seeing as well as it goes. But yeah, something from Group D would be good.
I think with Stu being a little bit demotivated, I'm hoping that this one will be over fast enough that we can hop over to Double D versus Bamboo Bandits to wrap up the day's streaming.
Are you implying the skill differential is that great?
I'm not saying that the skill differential is that great. I'm just saying that when you go into the game with a bad mental state, then...
No, you're absolutely right. That's definitely one of those things that's true to all competition and all sports, is that if you go in with the wrong mindset, you can defeat yourself before your opponent has even performed any moves. There's probably a whole bunch of proverbs about, the game is over before the first fist is thrown or something like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you don't have the mental fortitude to believe in your own success, then it won't happen. So competition can teach you a lot of things about yourself, and that's true for any game.
Yep, definitely. So we are seeing Rose right now coming up on the Ink Pals, who did get the Rainmaker, managed to trade with Rose. Ink Pals now down 3, and Haley's Comets moving forward with a couple of specials there. I think I saw an Ink Strike as well. So they're coming up over the spinny right now, and I'm hoping to see what path they choose to take, because there's a couple of options from where they are right now. They're just going to go straight forward, I think.
Does look like it, but
yeah, they are.
I mean,
so they've just come up
you do
over, I think, yep. And now they've got the points. It doesn't matter which way they went. They've managed to get onto the first ledge before the final spinner. And now they're swimming up to the spinner, and that is game 1.
Oh, no. That's quite harsh.
I'm going to just watch Double D versus Bamboo Bandits, and I recommend everyone keeps that one on in the background as well, because that's going to be an exciting match.
Well, put it this way, it doesn't look like either team is going to get KO'd in that game.
Yeah, Double D versus Bamboo Bandits. Double D has a lead right now, but we're not seeing that it's going to necessarily guarantee victory. And some interesting play with that whale.
No.
All right, back in HC versus Ink Pals land. They're just getting set up, so I can be distracted from that game for a little bit longer.
Oh, dear.
Whew. Double Krakens. All right. HC versus Ink Pals. We are on map 2, Tower Control.
Of course, the Carbon decides to run 19 points of Inksaver sub. Gotta have those 3 burst bombs. Yeah, I know I'm too slow.
All right, so we have... Let me see if I've got the right colours. Nope, they're right to front again.
Uh-oh. Yeah, it's the default colour lock colours.
Oh. I thought it was too yellow for that. All right. So we're seeing HC making their first push and owning the hill there, jumping in on the tower. That's a good splash wall, but Rose does get around it and manages to take out both the Luna and... Was it a roller there? I don't know. Toad's far back enough that he won't know. Rose has her Inkzuka ready.
It was the Luna. It was both it was both blasters.
All right, so Rose firing off that Zuka, not able to defend her teammates on the tower, but you know, continuing the push here. And that's vicious.
Yeah. This is very, very strong.
All right. Ink Pals do defend the tower just a little bit longer. They are back on it and pushing it back. Unfortunately, I did see above Liam there was a Halley's Comets member shooting down on it a bit, so that's looking a bit scary. It's in the most awkward position, but that's all right. We've got someone on it from Halley's Comets now. That splash wall just a little bit misplaced, neither able to protect the flank from behind nor stop that tower from coming forward. And that ink mine just providing a little bit of panic, I think. And the jumps onto the tower means that Halley's Comets can wrap them up, so that is game 2 going to Halley's Comets. And over in Double D versus Bamboo Bandits, they've just finished game 1. And that did go to Double D.
I did miss who won that action. I did miss who got that action.
Yeah, Double D did take that game. So
nice. Seems they are waiting for another player now, so that gives us some nice time to try and space it out.
Yep. I wouldn't be surprised if that game went to time. They did play that one game in the time that we watched 2.
2.
Yeah.
But poor Stu's probably not really feeling that well, given both after these 2 games. Going in feeling pretty bad about the future potential and being shown pretty much no mercy.
You can do it, Stu.
I mean, Halley's Comets were holding that choke around the hill against Ink Pals for pretty much for the entirety of the second half of that game. The tower was not going past there. But in catch-up mode, yeah, they do see a sprinkler on there.
Yep.
I don't feel confident about the aerospray pick, though.
So Rose is running Carbon Deco, which is really fun on this map with that Seeker rush that can come across. And you can also come across, just as you've seen, with your own Seeker and do the sneaky little KOs there. Ink Pals gets an Ink Strike off on HC's side of the map, but it's not enough to neutralize the zone. So we're already at the water level drop.
Why is Rose running that much special saver? That is you. That is like have all the boats.
All they're little crazy mice. Ink Pals grabs the zone with that Ink Strike, and one of the things about Mahi, and I think there are a couple of maps like this, Mahi and Anchovy, they have that situation where it's quite flat on the zone, and an Ink Strike plus not too much more ink will suddenly flip it.
This is true. The only other stage in the game that can completely cap a zone from an Ink Strike is Moray. But of course, there's 2 zones on that, so it's a bit different.
Yep.
Still, it does look like the Halley's Comets here have pretty dominant control of the middle again, despite a fair showing from Ink Pals earlier.
Yeah, Ink Pals are starting to coordinate a little bit, but after capping the zone just then, they did all just fall onto the zone, and that is one of the rules. Do not... You can get splattered, that's fine. Don't get splattered on the point.
Don't die on the zone.
Yeah, don't die on the point.
I mean, it does extend their penalty time just a little bit, but it's not. It may not be enough.
Nope. Unfortunately, not able. Like, we know that Eliza definitely saw Rose there. She just wasn't able to confirm that splat, which is quite unfortunate. We've finally gone through that penalty timer, and now Halley's Comets are in a position to just shark around and.
There's probably not a lot of time left. I'd say this is over.
Yep. It is in fact over. So, Haley's Comets does come out 3-0 over Ink Pals. It looks like Double D are waiting for us, I think.
Oh,
So
okay.
we are going to hop over to them so that they don't need to keep waiting. And
Sorry, Stu.
you did well, Stu.
I
All right,
I
let's
wouldn't
get
have
over to the one that
liked
everyone
being
wants
in
to
your
see.
position.
Which, sorry for, I understand that people do want to see it, but it's not like we're denying you from seeing it. You can hop over to any of our streamers today. That is how we are restreaming them.
I should mention that that's the Double D stream.
Yep, I'm now showing the Double D stream. And I think there's a link as well. We might have linked it earlier. I've been linking them throughout the day, but sometimes I forget to hit enter after pasting them.
Oh, yeah, you did.
Yep.
Yeah, you did.
So Bamboo Bandits versus Double D. And we are watching Dr. Archaeos. Let's have a look at some results from some of the other games. Oh, they might have a replay. So in fact, we might get to see this full set.
No, there's a little bit of arguing here.
Okay. Oh boy, this is...
They didn't know. No, that's probably not going to be ruled in their favour then.
Oh, that's always awkward. There is, like, unlike Splatoon 2, where it makes it very obvious when a player drops, the first game, the only way to tell if there's been a drop is looking up at the
squid icons and seeing if it's permanently down.
Okay, it looks like Double D is offering a rematch, even though they didn't meet the requirements.
Yeah,
So,
gentleman's rule.
Yep.
Gentleman's rule.
That's good for all of us.
I agree.
I have a feeling that the disconnect might have happened quite late in that game, because it did seem to go for quite long. If they did want the replay, they did need to stop playing by the normal rules. This rule does also have quite a harsh time limit. This rule set also has a bit of a harsh limit on when DC replays are meant to be able to happen. I think it's in the first 30 seconds. But in this case, we've got time on our side. And everyone wants to see this match. So if Double D are going to offer a replay, I think that's, that's better for everyone.
Well, that and it's always good to be the gentleman in a deciding set.
Yeah.
We've done that in the past back on one of my teams where we I can't remember if it was on whether it was still D+ or unknown. I can't remember. But we would have won a game. Would have won a set if we had just taken the DC, but we didn't. We decided to replay it as gentleman's rule, and we lost that game.
That's always crushing.
It was.
We've done that too.
But it was a better end for it.
It feels better.
Winning a tournament on a DC it doesn't feel right.
Yeah. So updates from Group D, I think, is now wrapped up. So we have standings. Going through will be Haley's Comets and Part-Time Pirates. Group C has also wrapped up. Going through from there will be Blue Ring Doctorlings and Squids with Guns.
Ooh.
I think we're waiting on some results in Group B, but it's definitely going to be Riptide and All the Best advancing. And we have this final deciding match in Group A with Scarth Ace set to advance, undefeated, and Double D and Bamboo Bandits playing out for their game right now. So we're just still going to wait and see what's happening with this one.
I'm just catching up on the
Ooh.
ESL shenanigans.
Yep.
As a bit of an aside. Sendor from Team Bai has arrived in France, but Dude has somehow ended up on the other side of France.
Wait, how? What? Huh?
And isn't in Paris. He is on the other. He's on the other side of France.
Isn't he
somehow.
from the UK?
Yeah.
It's not that far, is
Sendo
it?
is from No, Sendo is from Finland.
No, no, Dude. I would think that
Yeah,
he's
Dude, I'm
got
pretty
less
sure-
room to get it wrong.
But maybe he's just joking. I don't know. But his tweet is, "We're in France, but Dude is on the other side of the country or something. So gonna try squad tomorrow." I think that could be a tongue in cheek.
We hope that's the case.
That'd be pretty sad if Dude has ended up on the wrong side of the country. But see, I'm on the other wrong side of the country, Cat
Yeah.
I'm next to Germany, so I can't save Dude. I'm sorry.
Yes, France is sort of like that hexagon or thing. So it's quite big.
It's one of the bigger countries that remains in Europe.
Especially with the UK set
Anyway.
to split up a bit. It looks like we are underway again. Back in with deciding match for Group A. Double D versus Bamboo Bandits. And I'm just going to see what my countdown's at. So just gone on to the game screen now.
Presuming gentlemen's rules, Team Double D will probably be sticking with the same weapons and gear as part of the replay. That's fairly standard for a DC ruling that everyone uses the same gear, gentlemen's or otherwise. Wait, is that 3 bamboo hats?
On Double D? Or on...
No, on Bamboo Bandits. They're using...
That's great.
That's actually kind of funny.
One of my favourite old squads were the Tropical Island Squids, and they would dress like a barbershop quartet.
Oh my goodness.
All right, that echo combined with everyone's firepower, very powerful there. Double D does manage to... oh, wow. Was that the Rainmaker picking up that splat there? Double Kraken comes in, very intimidating, but Chaos has left himself a little bit like too far forward there, relying only on the panic provided by Dementio. Dementio running, I think, custom E-leader there, so setting up beacons for everyone to jump in. So they have 2 beacon...
They've got 2 beacons.
Beacon Kraken builds. Able to get in behind the Bamboo Bandits.
Double D have got very good control here of the center. They've got off to a good start with a good push here to 48, and they're pretty much denying the Bamboo Bandits from getting any sort of decent foothold in the center. This feels very stacked in Double D's favor. For now.
Yes, for now. That's how it goes. And both teams, obviously, adrenaline is high. They're fighting for their tournament lives to decide who will go in through to next week.
Ooh, that was actually a very nice snipe.
Yes.
That was beautiful.
Just managing to get around the Rainmaker, and they're obviously rewarded for that by getting splattered back by Dementio sniping.
It does look like that Double D are losing a little bit of steam here with the 2 down, trying to push into their base. But they haven't lost control just yet.
Ooh, Archaeos almost misses the splat on the charger and then manages to get repelled from getting the subsequent splats because he was in a good position, but despite the Octobrush having better range than it appears, it's not quite enough range.
That and the enemy's Octobrush pulled that Kraken as well.
Yes.
That was
now
very harsh.
The Bamboo Bandits were trying to camp that that beacon there, but were unable to get the splat from it.
Ooh.
Ooh, Archaeos not able to get the right number of hits. It's a 2 or 3 swings for...
A little too greedy.
Yep.
A little too greedy.
Bamboo
Oh,
Bandits have a
no,
nice section of orange-red
Oh.
coming through the map now, so they're able to get a little bit closer. They've got good coverage, but I think, yep, they just got wiped. So we saw,
Nah.
yeah, we saw a Cackle, I think, with the roller coming in and picking them off while they were distracted.
That more than makes up for Arcos getting done by the ink strike.
Yeah, pretty much. You know, they thought they had a nice safe position, but again, here comes another wipe. Considering internet issues in the first one, I'm just going to keep an eye on those squids. No, they do have all their players, so I think they're jumping in a little bit too enthusiastically now, just a little bit too exposed. The charger can punish those jumps. And they have...
can.
Yep. Well, they're not doing too badly there. So, in your, you know, if you were in Bamboo Bandit's position right now, how would you be trying to get that Rainmaker back onto the other side? Well, it looks like...
Well, right now, I mean, there's another wipe.
Oh, it's just really hard, yeah.
I don't know, quite honestly. I mean,
I guess my question was, is a reset at that point, with 30 seconds to go, is it worth it, or when you can't even get back into the middle? So,
if you can't even get back into mid, then like a reset's not going to help you there. You need to push together as a team, either with or without the fish, preferably with it. Just to try and slowly work your way up, but it just did not play out for them, and that was a very solid win for Double D.
Yeah, but they were 1 down. I feel like we played well as a team.
yep, that is game 1 to Double D. Game...
Dementio, though,
no, that's...
savagely performing that
Rainmaker's
game
the
with a
first.
12-1 KD with the charger.
Yeah.
Absolutely on fire.
I did mention earlier, Dementia is quite a passive charger player, and with the Kraken as well, to be able to stay safe, manages to get out, you know, without many scrapes. So we're heading to tower control on Urchin. Archaeos actually used to play the bucket a lot more. He's, in recent times, the Octobrush has sort of taken maybe some of the role of his old bucket.
Is that just the tri-slosher bucket or the slosher bucket?
The tri-slosher, sorry.
And tri-sloshers are a pretty good weapon, though. Like, the disruptor bubble is very, very handy to have.
Yes.
It's got range issues because of it's a bucket, but
but it gets arc, you know, the strange arc as the trade-off there.
It does, and of course the bubble is very, very handy for breaking through chokes and pushing through with the team. So it's a good weapon on any team comp if they can use it right. And Urchin is probably a good stage for that.
Oh, we might have the same
we'll
colours again. No, green and purple.
Well, it does look like that Double D have gotten a fairly strong start this game. Sort of being on the upper hand here with this central contesting in the mid.
Yeah, and they did get that first splat, and it's only just now that Archaeos is the first to fall. And yep, so it was worth it in that case to be able to get that first push on.
And then the fourth.
Yep. I think you're actually quite a bit behind me this time.
Oh, and the double. Double Kraken. That was bad coordination.
When Toad is dumbfounded, you've probably done something a little bit wrong. Double D jumping in on that tower again. Bamboo Bandits, I think, struggling a little bit here. That first game momentum being with Double D, it's that mental game we were talking about all over again.
Yep. I mean, they were holding the Bamboo Bandits hill quite nicely there, and like the pressure is on Bamboo Bandits really early on for them to come back from a losing position, not just in terms of the objective, but in terms of their control, and it's taking its toll.
Yep, it really is. They're coming in now one by one, and it's really hard to. Oh, that's a great splat there from the charger. Even though they were under pressure, they managed to pick off Archaeos, who was riding the tower. So that's prioritizing the important target there.
I think this game is done.
I think it is. Once it starts rising, that's when it's really hard to shoot at that tower again. That little edge there blocks it, and that one is done. So that is game 2 to Double D. I will just confirm that's the case, because someone was trying to tell me it wasn't.
Oh, maybe they had a DC?
I didn't spot it in the early game again.
No. Okay, fair enough.
But it may have happened after. I stopped paying attention after the early game. So, game 3 is Splat Zones on Mahi again. So, I think they are just going to it. So...
it's make or break time for Bamboo. They must feel the pressure.
Yes. At this point, it's really hard yeah.
This is where you break pretty much just by mental fortitude or lack thereof.
Yeah. I mean, against Double D, my squad, so Haley's Comets, we've been up 2 and they've reverse wiped us before. So,
I mean, it's not impossible. It was only just last week or 2 weeks ago where my team Takeover was playing against Evolution, and we came back for a 5-4 win in Looty when we were down 1-4.
Yeah, it's not unheard of, but it's hard, obviously.
Is possible.
Yeah.
But anything is possible.
I'm just going to put
It's
out...
just, can they maintain the mental fortitude to keep it together? Oh no, and Hess's battery is running out.
It's been low. He still hasn't plugged it in from the last game when it was low, so...
Oh dear.
Alright, so Dementio swaps over to a Hydra Splatling rather than the Charger for this one.
That's still a very strong pick for this map. You got the range and the sprinkler.
Yep.
Both of which are very good.
And the bubble, right?
And the bubble, yes, but the bubble isn't quite as good given the range. So
That's true. So Double D do open with a wipe here, and they have just grabbed the zone very quickly. Ooh, Archaeos moves a little bit far forward, but not punished for it.
Yeah. That was almost, that could have gone quite badly, actually.
But he was able to just follow the path that was laid out by his teammates, so it wasn't too bad. Here comes that Kraken again on the point, which again, it's easy to get confused about what you should do once you've popped the Kraken there. Getting popped on the point is, unfortunately, one of the things that can happen after that.
Oh, nice bubble.
So Dementio pops a great bubble just to keep things in control, and we are looking right now at another, just an ink strike to pressure things. Oh, here we go.
This could be the opening.
Yes, Bamboo Bandits pops their bubble, neutralizes the zone. They're all on the point, but I don't think they've got enough blue down.
Oh, they do it.
Very good. All right, so they've set the penalty. We're seeing the Kraken chase happen on the point.
This gives the Bandits just a little bit of breathing room now. Not a lot, but enough to keep them in the game.
Yes, you can just stop stressing as much, which means that you're not running in one by one as much. And they have recapped it now. Unfortunately, that poor Tri-Slosher was surrounded in that case. Our Chaos has an Ink Strike ready to drop as required, and he is going to use it a bit forward.
The time is starting to tick down, though.
Yep. Bamboo Bandits neutralize again, and this Kraken keeping people back so that they're not able to ink the zone. But I think projectiles and range keeping things in Double D's control. Another neutralization, and unfortunately that Ink Strike timing was just a little bit off. Being able to shoot into the Ink Strike to annul it meant that Double D got the cap back.
This is not looking good at all. Like this is where they need to do it, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen.
Yeah, I don't think there's enough of them around. Now they're just jumping onto the point quite desperately. So that is game 3 to Double D.
That's it.
And I think that is the last match of the tournament. I'll just double check that there are no more matches.
There was such potential there with that upset. There was potential. Bad luck, Bamboo.
Yeah, and Bamboo Bandits obviously have played very well through this whole tournament. If you are on the AEL server, I would, definitely pop in and say hello to all of the teams and congratulate them on, what's been a really full day of Splatoon. I'm going to see.
Finally tipped over to 6:30 a.m. here, so I can.
It's almost morning.
I can actually be normal with my voice now. Hooray!
All right, so progressing, and I'm just going to mute the. I did try putting the game sound up a little bit, but it did have voice comms.
Yeah. Good stuff, though. There was some tension there. Just unfortunately, they couldn't follow through. Apparently, not so fresh versus Squid Life Crisis.
I can't stream any of those ones.
I don't think we have any available streams for either of those.
No,
games.
Unfortunately, we don't.
Did I go Robo? Uh-oh.
No, you're not Robo for me.
Yeah, the stream is saying so. Give me a sec.
Oh, that shouldn't be happening unless my computer... Oh, you know what it is? That might be my typing. I'm just going to mute myself for a bit.
Okay, I'm back. Is that any better? I mean, it sounded like I could hear you just fine, and you sounded like you could hear me just fine. So, are you sure you didn't do something to kill my voice?
I don't think I did. It may be OBS just getting a little bit tired after a full day. Testing.
Yes, I can unleash my true form. Robo Toad.
All hail the Robo-Toad.
Yeah, that's because I quit Teenager. Shut up.
Alright, I'm going to put the 8 advancing teams up in a second. Once I type them up.
Is it any better now, guys? Or is it still Robo?
Well, they won't have to put up with you for too much longer. We'll be wrapping up very shortly.
No, it's the same. Uh-oh.
Maybe it's actually me that's...
Exterminate. 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 delete.
Well, I think we are pretty much done here. We'll report on that final match result. But other than that, I think congratulations to every team that participated today. It's really great to see people come and join our little Australian New Zealand community. And extra congratulations to our advancing teams. So from Group A, Scarface and Double D. From Group B, Riptide and All the Best. From Group C, Blue Ringed Octolings and Squids with Guns. And from Group D, Haley's Comets and Part-Time Pirates. I think everyone's done so well today. And extra special thanks to Toad for helping commentate, waking up at 1 a.m. France time to make this little connection back with our Aussie community. Thanks to AEL for running this tournament, and obviously to Nintendo for supporting this tournament. And I know Superhero and Nikasa have been working behind the scenes as well to make sure that all of the results and everything goes very smoothly. So I think we're pretty much ready to sign off here. Any last words, Toad?
Given my robo voice, I will probably say that for another time.
Alright. Great. Cool.
Delete.
That's it from us. So thank you everyone for watching. We'll see you hopefully next week.
Yes.
Yes. Goodbye.